guests have started arriving. Joita, just call and see if there are more people up. We'll wait for 5 minutes more. We'll wait for 5 minutes more. Give us 5 minutes. We have a very tight schedule, so we are starting. Partho? Okay. Good afternoon, honorable guests and the distinguished alumni of IIT Kharagpur present here and others who have joined us around the world online. Members of the press, if they are here. I, Ashish Acharji, the batch of 1983 IIT Kharagpur as convener, along with the trustees and core members of Aspiration Bengal Foundation, welcome you to the first annual conclave in Kolkata. The focus of the deliberations this afternoon, and later it will carry on beyond the evening, shall be Bengal. The intention is to relook at some of the fundamental aspects of the multiple domains and ecosystems that drive the state and evolve an action-based approach to improve its competitive edge, preparedness, and growth, and also efficiencies at all levels. As some of us whose hearts beat for Bengal and those of us who have direct or indirect allegiance to the state, wherever they are, they carry a part of Bengal with them. So with that sense of belonging and relatedness, let us as a community, by putting together our resources, experiences, networks and synergies, aspire to create a powerful think tank and a platform that will have the capability of influencing and impacting the overall development, or let's say resurrection of this state, our beloved state of Bengal. And so that in the coming years it emerges or it climbs up the ladder of the rating and its stature, at least in the national perspective, if not beyond. With that, setting the tone for the day, I would like to invite the club to come and unfold the remaining proceedings of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashish. It's always wonderful to be in the company of brilliant minds. I was always very fortunate, because I grew up in the company of very bright friends. And if I could do a pie diagram of the set of my friends, then more than 60% would be IITians. There's another matter that I wasn't too brilliant to get into at the Indian Institute of Technology, but I've had the pleasure of being with them, and in my professional life and in HR and communication for years, I've had numerous opportunities to visit almost all the IIT campuses. These days we have too many campuses. My vintage is slightly slightly older than Ashish's. All my friends were part of the 1985 graduating batch, so we were the first batch of the four-year engineering program at IITs 1981 to 85. I've had, since the early 90s, the opportunity to visit most of the IITs to recruit young minds as an HR professional, and of course off and on teach at the first business school of IIT Kharagpur, the Business School of Management, where one of my early bosses was the first director, Professor Datta. That's the place that's my connection with IIT. And it's even more satisfying to stand here. Why? Because it is always gratifying to note that students who have made their mark in life are more than willing to give back to the community that they have emerged from and have done so well in life. And who else could do so much for Bengal to restore glories that some of us believe we have lost than a group of, or rather a bunch of such brilliant students of IIT Kharagpur who have done well in their life and is now ready to give back. But before they are giving back, they have applied their mind to think in what manner they can give back. And more than 4 or 5 months of thinking after the foundation was formed, they are out here in full strength to help the beautiful state of West Bengal, which has truly been our mother and have nurtured us like a mother. So, to welcome the session moderator up here, coincidentally, not just an IITian, but one of my schoolmates, a year junior. I grew up in Superior School. Chandradip Mitra was a Superior in school, a year junior. But we're all very proud of Sidi. Sidi is a strategy coach and mentor for entrepreneurs. He's a professor of marketing, a corporate master trainer, a branding and innovation consultant, social entrepreneur. He's an evangelist as well. He's a very sought-after academic. He conducts several cutting-edge marketing courses at IIM Kolkata and at MICA every year. He's also a guest faculty at IIM Lucknow, IIM Indore, IIM Kozhikode. Sidi, all these things came up much later at our time. These are all new IIMs. ISB Hyderabad, etc. I would say board and exam. Chandradip is an engineer from IIT Kharagpur and an MBA from IIM Kolkata. So, with these few words, let's welcome Chandradip Mitra, the moderator of the first session. So now this session one is called Enhancing University-Industry Linkages in the State. So Chandradip is already here. In this session, representatives from several university and institutes of West Bengal will make focused presentation on indigenous technology developed in the field of agriculture and farming, a sector that has among the highest growth potential in West Bengal. The institutes who are represented today are the apex body which controls all the private engineering institutions here, the Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology, Macau, the Kalyani Government Engineering College, the Directorate of Synchrona and other medicinal plants, Mangpu, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences and Jadavpur University. They will present field-tested research outputs, prototype technologies for possible commercialization. In our panel, we have potential investors, technology evaluators, and private equity fund managers.
of rounds. Subrata Rana is the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director at EcoDev Consultancy. He is an entrepreneur with a demonstrated history of working in food production. He has vast experience in rural development, natural resource management, and business plan development, along with the agricultural value chain, a batch of 1990. Anindo Dotto is the founder and CEO of Mobile Wala, a leader and innovator in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and large-scale data management. Prior to doing this, Anindo founded Chutney Technologies, good name, which was acquired by Cisco Systems. Anindo has also been on the faculties of major research universities and institutions in the United States and various other places, including the Georgia Institute of Technology, the University of Arizona, the National University of Singapore, and Bell Laboratories. Anindo obtained his BTech from IIT Kharagpur as an MS and PhD from the University of Maryland at College Park. So that's the very distinguished Anindo Dotto. Dr. Orpon Paul is a distinguished Chief Scientist and Research Area Head, Embedded Devices and Intelligent Systems at TCS Research. He's working in the areas of connected health, smart manufacturing, smart retail, and remote sensing. A BTech and an MTech from IIT Kharagpur. He's a PhD from Aalborg University, Denmark. Joining us finally on the panel, Shayanto Basu, who spent 2 decades in investment management in public and private markets. Thereafter, he decided to work with startups and become an entrepreneur. Based in Singapore since 2010, Shayanto has been co-founder of Bull Inc., right? Bull Inc. and Zabanka, and is currently the founder, Chief Executive Officer of Agrud Technologies. He is an adjunct faculty of IIT Kharagpur and Singapore Management University. So, he's an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and IIM Bangalore. So it's over to Chandradeep to take over.
Thank you so much, Thank you so much, Viplok. Am I audible at the back? Yeah. Okay. Great. So, while all of us here are on the stage, the spotlight, literally and metaphorically, is going to be on the people who are going to make the presentations. We're very privileged to have a bunch of academicians, researchers, scientists from some of the best universities and academic institutions of West Bengal who have been doing some very interesting innovative work in the areas of agriculture, after-use, etc., which is an area of potential importance and even greater development in the state of West Bengal. And we are hoping to hear them. And of course, the panelists are going to ask them questions. I have a challenging job because I've had the opportunity of knowing a little bit about the presentations that are coming up and ideas that are going to be put up in front of all of us. And the challenge is that I think while there are at least 6 or 7 of them, we have to try our best to manage it in the next hour and 20 minutes or 1.5 hours. Yeah. Which means each presentation along with question answer ideally should get done in 10 to 12 minutes, right? So that's a challenge because I know the presenters are very keen to showcase their opportunities, and we will, I have the unfortunate job of being a timekeeper. We will have to try our best to manage both the presentation on time and even, I'm sure with so many distinguished panelists, you will have a lot of questions. We'll have to try our best to contain them. The good thing is, hopefully they'll be around, you'll be around, so we have opportunity of, taking some of that offline over tea, coffee, which I'm sure you will be. We'll do our best to manage that, right? With those words, let me, Ashish, could I have the, or Ognimitra, could I have the exact sequence, schedule?
It's on that.
No, the sheet is not here.
You want this? You want this?
Yeah, yeah.
Carry on.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, Biplov, I'm borrowing it and
Not
get
a
back
problem.
to you.
Not
Yeah?
a problem.
Thank you. Okay. So we've been told about the institutions and universities which will present. Some of them have 2 presentations, some of them have 1 presentation. May I call upon our first presenter, which is Professor Preetimoy Shandal, who's the head of technology cell at the Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, what we call MACOT, for presenting his proposals, right? So you have 2 presentations, sir, right? You have 2 presentations. So what we will do is we will, you'll make the first presentation. I'll give you about a small alert or warning at 5 minutes and try your best to finish in 6 minutes, and another maybe 4 or 5 minutes of question answer. Right? I know it's tight. I know it's going to be a challenge, but try your best. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. Okay.
So am I audible? Yeah. So thank you, Professor Mitra, and also dignitaries on the dais, and welcome to all. My name is Preetimoy Shandal. I am head of the technology cell of the Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University of Technology, the largest university in India. Okay, today I have 2 presentations. First one is the cost-effective, just previous one. This slide. Yeah. The cost-effective polyhouse construction on the concrete structure for implementing the hybrid NFT-based vertical funding. Can you give the mouse pointer? Because I am not able to show. Yeah. Oh,
I'll tell you what that is.
yeah. So this is the topics of my presentation. First one, the problem specification, what's our solution, comparative analysis, who are we helping, our competitors, what's the USP of our solution, cost benefit analysis and current status and what's next, and our requirements and byway. Look that, you know that India is a agricultural country, more or less 70% people directly or indirectly involved on agriculture. But India is, in India, various type of natural calamities are also common. So it actually decreases the overall yield production. So what we can do, we can develop the control environment, and in control environment we can cultivate the crop. The second problem is that in conventional method of farming technology, we actually use the soil, and soil is the main source of different types of diseases. It also outweighs the yield production. So soilless farming, if we want to try to cultivate the crops on the soil-based farming media, then it can mitigate the problem. So you know that there are several types of technology nowadays, that the precision farming, smart farming, vertical farming, we can implement that vertical farming, precision farming to increase the crop production up to 70% on a limited amount of space. But to address all these issues, what we have to do, we have to create the polyhouse. But the conventional method of the polyhouse method is not cost effective. So the implementation of the polyhouse in large scale, it is not possible in our country, poor country like India. So what we can do, another thing is that we are not able to develop or construct the polyhouse on the concrete structure. It's another problem. So nowadays, what we see that some low-cost bamboo polyhouse is common, but that low-cost bamboo polyhouse is not long-lasting, because actually a lot of nematodes or insects present in the soil actually rot the bamboos. Yeah. So what's our solution? Actually, we have made the low-cost bamboo polyhouse. And this bamboo polyhouse, we can build the bamboo polyhouse on the concrete structure. And this bamboo polyhouse is long lasting, and we already developed that concrete, that bamboo poly structure on our solid campus. Second solution is that we actually develop some low cost, cost effective, that means low cost means cost effective, durable, customized several type of sensors, and which we install that sensor in our polyhouse successfully. Third solution that we have provided is that we have developed the Android app. Through this app, the farmer is able to know what's the climate or weather condition in his area through his mobile in his own language. And another project work, we actually working with the Indian Institute of Science funded by the Gates Foundation, and we are to develop one other app. Through this app, farmer can just intimate what type of problem they have actually faced through their own dialect, and also get the solution from in his own dialects also. And then another solution is that we actually develop some interface for the AI-based camera, so that farmer can see what is going on inside the polyhouse through his mobile. Now we actually able to cultivate the crops, more or less more than 18 crops inside the polyhouse by the hybrid NFT technology, because you know the NFT is the nutrient technology is a method by which we can actually this NFT technology we apply in vertical farming method, but NFT technology is not a cost-effective technology. So we actually modify that technology and develop the hybrid NFT technology. By this hybrid NFT technology, we cultivate more or less more than 18 crops in our polyhouse, and this application is now in ready to implement stage. Now this is the bamboo polyhouse that actually built on our Salt Lake campus, concrete structure, and this is the inside of the polyhouse. And this is the structure, the leftmost portion. You see that the actually the light actually, yeah, can you out of this light because it actually creates a problem.
You look at the screen, no? Screen in front.
No, we are fine.
You are fine.
Yeah,
oh, fine. So this this structure actually responsible for farming attachment of the polyhouse on the concrete. Okay, and the right hand portion, top right hand portion, you see that the polyhouse where you use the normal ventilation system, and lower corner side you see that the single stack of our hybrid NFT method, single stack. This is single stack consisting of a lot of pipes, and this is a closer view of our inside the polyhouse. Okay, and this is the application that we have developed. This apps actually you available in the Android, and some data analytics part is also there. So if farmer is willing to know what's actually going on, he can in his area he can access that data analytics parts also. And this is the comparative analysis. You know the several types of several types of polyhouse technology is there. For example, if you want to build 100 square meter, that means 1000 square feet polyhouse. What's the normal cost of the wooden polyhouse is more or less 1 lakh. But in the common metal structure polyhouse, it is near about 1.95. But bamboo polyhouse, what our invention is 48,000 only. And this is the beneficiaries, the farming community, who did agricultural products, the city dwellers, and those who actually want to grow their own food through the vertical farming method, researchers who want to increase the crop production by creating the abiotic stress. You know that what's the abiotic stress? Time is limited, so I am not able to explain more. So those who want to become the entrepreneur, this is the important thing, by selling the agricultural products in the market. So this is our computer, because if you consider that the if you want to build the polyhouse, then lot of companies are there who actually build the polyhouse, but the bamboo polyhouse on the concrete structure, there is no such company. And second thing is that we also modify the NFT technology to hybrid NFT technology. This is our unique method. So this is the solution. First of all is of course the cost. Second one is the sensors. Third one is the already we modify the NFT method. Then implemented the vertical farming method by using the low-cost bamboo framework inside the polyhouse, and the 18 types of vegetables we have already grown. And not least, we got the patent from Government of India recently regarding this polyhouse and design. This is the inside of polyhouse, some snapshots. Look that lot of crops are there, and this is our sensor. The second picture actually shows the sensor that we have built, and this is the patent we got from the Government of India. Okay. And next is the cost benefit analysis. I just consider for the sake of simplicity that if you want to build the 550 square feet bamboo polyhouse, what's the construction cost? The first one is the construction cost. Is it a single time investment? So, and the operational cost, all are 35,000. We consider that if I cultivate the high yielding tomato, so on more or less 3 months actually required. So the construction cost and other operational cost is 35,000. And if we consider that the vertical stack is 3, because our polyhouse there are 3 vertical stacks, and single stack contain 8 pipes and 10 feet long, and each pipe contains 20 baskets, and each basket having 1 high yielding tomato plant, then there are 160 plants. In 3 stacks contain 480 plants, and high yielding single tomato crops average, actually the throughput is more or less 4 kgs tomato average. So 3 stacks give 1920 kgs of tomato, and the cultivation time is 90 days. And if we selling the price per kg tomatoes at rupees 12, so we get rupees 23,000. Okay. So within 6 months we can reach the break-even point. And this is the current status. And current status means we already, I have already informed that we are in ready to implement stage. So we can build the polyhouse within 12 to 15 days. And now after getting the success, we build the large polyhouse in our Kolkata campus, and so 200 square feet polyhouse also in rooftop of our actually hostels and other areas in our Kolkata campus. And this is the big campus, this big polyhouse at the Kolkata campus. And this is the what next we want to do. This is a snapshot for if I want to build the actually completion of the large polyhouse. It takes more or less 12 months, and this is the snapshot from where we get that. This is the actual time span for building that type of polyhouse, big polyhouse.
Okay, Rose Klanda?
Yeah,
I think
just
we're
one
just over.
minute. Just
Yeah.
slides a minute. So what's our requirement? Actually, again I tell you that the project is ready to implement stage. Only workshop, training, seminar should be organized to inform the farmers about the benefits of the bamboo polyhouse. This is the awareness program we have to conduct. Next, the important thing, how the technology transfer will be done by the university should be determined. If it is a commercially viable project, then how the technology transfer will be over, we have to think. And then what will be the university role, we also consider. Okay, this is all. So,
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to, can we get one more mic here? Because we can keep one that side, one here. Meanwhile, panelists. Yeah.
So, Professor Shanal, I have 2 questions.
yeah.
One, I think you can answer. The second, I'm not sure you can give an answer about what you think about. The first question is very simple. In your first slide, the problem, you said one of the problems with polyhouses, bamboo polyhouses, is rotting based on the microbes or whatever is in the soil, right? That problem still does not go away. I mean, it can be embedded in a concrete structure, but it's still bamboo, right? So that problem still remains.
Sir, actually developed that bamboo structure polyhouse 2 years ago. Okay. So you see that if I show you the slide again, you see that there is a actually iron pipe structure that we have built, and this for that we actually got the patent. Okay. So that iron pipe is mainly responsible. So the bamboo, the polyhouse, if we made to the bamboo, this bamboo not on directly contact with the soil.
And the second thing is something I don't think we can answer about. So imagine that this is, clearly I'm not in a position to judge if it's scalable or not. But if you wanted to commercialize it, I can see 2 ways of this being used. Right? One is individual polyhouses, which are bought by farmers, and each polyhouse benefits one farmer. Or I'm going to give you a term from my industry, polyhouse as a service,
Yeah.
where you build a massive polyhouse. And so what I would love to see if you have any take, and what business model you think is better, this or the other.
Yeah. So actually, you know that initially what we concentrated, we want to build the polyhouse maximum 600 square feet size. Okay. So what our intention is that our university already take that motto that we have to build the polyhouse on the concrete structure in the city. Okay. So everybody actually grow their own crops in their own house.
That's the preferred.
Yeah. So you know that this is the cost effective because more or less the construction cost is more or less 15 to 18,000. Okay, depending on the size of the polyhouse. For example, if you want to build a 200 square feet polyhouse, roughly it is 18,000.
But there are no economies of scale. If you build larger polyhouses, cost
Yeah,
per square
yeah,
foot
of
will
course,
go down.
yeah.
Then of course, then the second method
Exactly,
becomes.
exactly. Because we have a dedicated team.
Anyway, I don't want to take up any more time, Chandra.
Sure. No, any questions from?
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you, Professor Sanam. I just have a small question. That is, the slide which we have shown with regard to the economics of the project. Whether this, as he has rightly pointed out, I don't know whether you can actually scale it up. Whether this will be applicable for small and marginal farmers. That is my first question. Second one is, if it is so, then whether this is it a bankable project?
Yeah, we have to, I just give the first answer. We actually contact several NGOs who are actually working on that. So what's the feedback I can give you? That they actually want to know what's the cost if it is a, if farmer will be involved. Okay. So you know that the bamboo is a common in our West Bengal. The bamboo is not costly. Okay. So when we develop that bamboo polyhouse in our Salt Lake campus, we have to buy more or less 300 to 500 per piece. But in our West Bengal, you know that in rural area or in urban area, when the bamboo is the common facilities, na, everyone can access the bamboos in their own, from their garden or anything else. So cost automatically it's the first thing. And if we actually, whenever we organize the seminar and workshop, when the farmer actually came, they actually very much interested. And if we give the guideline in front of them, I think it will be popular. I am not in a position to teach because I have no idea what is the bankable position.
I have two questions. I have just two questions. First of all, you are telling that it will be over a concrete.
Yeah.
So if it is over a concrete, so a person, even in the rural area, doesn't have a concrete floor,
Yes.
it's additional cost to make a concrete.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a huge cost to your factory. Otherwise, this model will not be viable in the rural areas where there is no concrete. This is good for cities where you have already built in concrete, you are building one.
Yeah.
This is the first one. Second, I really wanted to know if you can provide the data, it will be helpful. Now, what is the average life of this polyhouse vis-a-vis a conventional, standard, high-tech polyhouse? Because if you are looking for a business, I think, I don't know, I mean, we all would be interested to see how we can make money out of it. Cost-effective is politically correct statement might not be very interesting statement for us because it might not, because it's just 48,000 bucks. I mean, how much we can make out, if I am an entrepreneur trying to make money. Whereas, what Ramindu was telling that if it is a little bit sophisticated system, and you have already built in some sophisticated mechanism in. I don't know if these costs are already built in or not. The cost of sensor, cost of app, cost of all these things. If you build all these things, I really don't know what would be the final cost structure. So think from that angle if you are looking at commercial point.
Yes. So first of all, that app.
I won't ask questions.
First of all, I developed that app. Okay. So of course it is freely available in our Android Play Store. And second thing, what's the sensor we have developed in our department, like in our university. There are a lot of departments, for robotics department and the IoT departments are there. They actually developed that sensor. So more or less the cost is again 4 to 5,000. Actually, we want to popularize the concept. So whenever the farmer actually comes in front of us, they actually say that if we are also interested to build the polyhouse in our area, but we know what's the cost. Because the conventional method, it is more or less 1.5 to 2 lakhs. So we are not able to spend.
One follow-up question just so, by using this sensor and this data,
Yeah.
have you able to show by analyzing that data, are you able to improve the yield?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
you have data on that?
No, actually, this is no that we built that polyhouse 2 years ago, and we first concentrated on how many crops we can cultivate. So because the farmer actually
No,
went
that is
from,
okay, but
this is
at
the
the
first thing.
Use
And
of the
yeah, we
sensor,
capture the
can you
data.
justify the
Actually, sir, we
ROI
have
of the sensor?
yeah, we want to integrate that information into our app. So there is a part. If there is internet connection, I can show you that there is a part of the data analysis part in the app. So if the farmer or anyone actually access or need, they can get the information what the actually we get from the polyhouse.
Okay, I think we are going to really. This typically happens in the first presentation, and I'm being optimistic that we will be better at managing time. So I'm sure there are still a lot of more questions. We will have a tea break, so please don't go away. No, I'm
I
sure.
would
And,
love
and
to
there will,
speak to
there
you
will be people
afterwards.
within the panel, there will be people in the audience.
I will.
Yeah, so please be available.
Yes.
But can you quickly move to your second presentation? Yeah. Thank you. Ognimitro, we may need you to
Yes.
just come and
The second
help him open the second presentation.
Second presentation?
Second.
Yes, this is the second presentation. You can't control that.
Okay.
So my
let's start.
second presentation, So my second presentation is an early detection of mineral deficiencies in rice. So then this is the problem, specification, the solution we have proposed, what's the current status and USP, and because time is limited, so I just go. So what's the problem specification? Actually, the plant needs more or less 16 elements in their life cycle for successful of their metabolic activity and the reproductive activity. These elements are the 16 elements. Among the 16 elements, you see that the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur actually require more. So this is known as the macronutrients, and these are known as the micronutrients. So deficiency means when the plants actually absorb that nutrients from the soil. So deficiency means there is a deficiency in the soil. So when deficiency actually occurs, actually it reflects on the metabolism of the plant as well as its reproductive activity. Even the plant death may occur. Okay. So you see that the what the yield loss 12 to 20% annually. This is the yield loss due to the deficiencies of the mineral. But what we can do, we can add simply the minerals. What mineral deficiency actually occur, we can isolate or we can identify that minerals and we can add the minerals into the soil. But the problem is not so easy because whenever we add the minerals into the soil pH will be changed, and it actually also reflects on the actually absorption water. Plant is not able to absorb the water due to the change of the hydrogen concentration. So look that this is the picture of the mineral deficiency. At the leftmost part is the macronutrient deficiency and rightmost part is the micronutrient deficiency. Look that the phosphorus deficiency, that is the third picture, phosphorus deficiency and the magnesium deficiency. How can you differentiate through the naked eye? It is too difficult because all the yellowish patch actually appears on the leaves, so we are not able to identify. So this is the complexity. Okay. So what's the biological point of view solution? Okay. So we assume that actually the symptoms actually appear both in younger leaves as well as the older leaves. So you see at the first block, when the leaves actually edges turn to be yellowish, okay, it may be due to the calcium deficiency as well as due to also the ammonium toxicity. That means similar symptoms appear for multiple reasons. Not only for the mineral deficiency, it may be toxicities also. For example, if the leaves become turned yellowish in color, then it may be due to the iron, magnesium, potassium deficiencies, okay, as well as the phosphorus toxicities also. So this is the complexity. So what we can do, few companies, though it's a global problem and the complex problem, few companies actually working on that. For example, they actually working on the satellite images. Through the satellite images, they actually identify what type of mineral deficiency occurs into the soil, and they think that it's also reflected in the plant body. Okay. Another thing is that they actually create artificially abiotic states. Through these abiotic states, they can identify what type of mineral deficiency actually occur. And third one, this is the cost-effective solution by IRRI, International Rice Science Institute of Philippines. They actually give the leaf chart, okay, leaf color chart to the farmer. So farmer simply put the leaf on that and try to match what color actually similarity, okay, and then they identify this actually happened. And this is the two flow chart is there. Left portion is the from the biological point of view, and right part is our view. So in the left part, you see that a lot of branching actually occurs. Lot of branching means lot of branching means you see that are the young leaves pale green, yellow or white. Then it is, if it is yes, then are the symptoms spread all over the leaves. Then yes, then a lot of branching. It is too complicated to implement that logic in the computer. So what we think, we simply fetch the information either through the cloud or through the app, into our system because we have already developed one web interface for that purpose. And farmers simply upload the information into the cloud, and we pre-process the image, and accordingly we process the image, and accordingly we classify the change our classifier, and accordingly we actually predict what type of mineral deficiency actually occurred. Look that this is our details of our proposed technique. You see that in case of the calcium, and just you consider in case of magnesium, potassium, both the yellowish part actually appear both sides of the leaves. But what's our pattern that we get? How? Because we actually analyze we actually develop some level set method function, and also the energy minimization theory by which we actually get the signature pattern. And you see in case of the magnesium, the peak actually appears both sides of the leaves, and in case of the potassium, the peak actually appears at the one side of the leaf. In this way, we get the signature of the mineral deficiency, and accordingly we predict. Okay, this is the current status. We have already developed the core analytical engine, and now we concentrate on the database, because you know whenever this is the artificial neural network problem. So whenever we apply that technology, we have to train the system with the large number of data set. But we are actually working with the Bengal College Botany Department. They actually create some deficiency symptom and deficiency cases into the control environment, and they actually we actually get that information from them, and accordingly we actually upload that information and process the information. Okay. So this is the USP, the user-friendly Android app. The application is developed as an adaptive learning process, and so far the success rate is 85.6%. The entire application is cloud-based. Farmer can listen to the information of the mineral deficiency in his own language, and through this application, the image database of the mineral deficiency of rice is being created, which can be used in other studies. And these are the customers: farmers, traders, agricultural organization, agricultural research organization, NGOs, agricultural university and institution. But it is important, why should they join us? Because these are the stakeholders: farmers, traders, R&D organization and NGOs. And we actually, through this application, we actually create the common window in front of them, so that they actually get the lot of facilities from us. For example, in case of the farmer, they actually get the support or what type of guidance from us if mineral deficiency occurs. Then they actually select the right products, because trader also include into our system, so they actually project their items, so farmer can identify what items at what minimum cost they can buy. And third one is the they can directly communicate with the NGOs and the insurance and finance companies. Okay. On the if you think from the trader point of view, you will see that the trader actually shows their product. And second thing, they can also help the direct marketing, give the advertisement. And the fourth one is very much important, because we want to implement this actually concept, that precision-based marketing. That means they actually know, the trader know where and how, which element actually deficiency actually occurs. For example, if in Medinipur magnesium deficiency occurs, they can promote that product in Medinipur district. So this is the one type of precision-based marketing concept we want to implement. And of course, another stakeholder is the NGOs. They are the key performer of our system, because they actually promote the initiative, what type of initiative we have taken. They can promote, they can monitoring the progress, identifying the problem. And our last one is the R&D organization. They actually address what type of problem the farmer face, and new R&D solution, access the database. Another thing which is very much important that we want to develop, this is the GIS based mineral deficiency map of West Bengal. We want to implement that GIS based mineral deficiency map.
Sadhan, we are
just 2 slides more. I know that time is the main constraint. So next year the planned activities, it is more or less 1 and 6 month project. That is 1 year 6 month project. And this is the business plan. This is important. We want to actually, this is the user registration under the following categories. A lot of users there. For example, the R&D, farmer, traders, etc., etc. Based on that, we actually charge the subscription. And the pyramid scheme for marketing will be considered with the target of minimum 3 per individuals. In exchange for that, every user will earn some credit points, and that credit points also depend on the amount of land. If farmer has 5 cutters land, what they get, And if farmer has 20 cutters land, we get more. Okay. And depending on that, they will get some cashback or fee usage, another one is the advertisement. So if we consider this is the concept of the business plan, then this is the cost benefit analysis. That for example, in case of expenditure, it is 54 lakhs. Okay, more or less. 54 lakhs we have to spend for develop this project. Then what's the revenue? If we consider 1 year, then registration cost per year, if we consider that the registration cost for farmer is 300 rupees, trader for 700, and R&D organization 1000 rupees, NGO 1200, and insurance company 1500. Then first year target among million of farmers, if we target only registration of 10,000 farmers, we will get 30 lakhs. 2.5 lakhs registration traders, because we get that in Inam side, Government of India side, there are 2.5 lakhs registered traders. So among them, if we consider only 3,000 traders, from this registration we get 21 lakhs more. Then among 200 plus R&D organization, if we consider only 20 organizations, then get 20,000. And in this way, for NGO 20,000 and insurance company 60,000 and advertising 1 lakh. So we think that within 1 year we can reach to the break-even point. Okay. This is the thing, and this is the competitor. Already, I think I already explained that though it is a global problem and this is complexity, few companies are working. For example, US crop monitoring system working on satellite image entity, and what's the cost you see? They actually give only the API. And we can integrate that API into your system, but the cost is 8,200 per month. And second one is the Australian company is there, Yara Check IT. That Yara Check IT will give the image database to the farmer. So when farmer actually log into the system, they get the image database in the leaf color chart and they try to match. Okay. And third one is our system, we only 300 rupees per year. And what that is, this is the last slide. So financial assistance, of course, and of course to organize a seminar workshop to the for all the stakeholders of the application, so that they can know about this application and specifying how technology transfer and what will be the university. Thank you.
Okay, panelists, over to you.
Just small question. Do you have an IP for this? Have you applied for any IP?
Yeah, IP and
Have you done that?
already yeah.
So you still
Next
don't.
model is 1 month.
Okay. And you're going for a global IP or currently only doing it in India?
In India.
Okay. I mean, you should do a global IP because this is very interesting.
Yeah, I have two questions. One is, I think West Bengal has almost 93% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers.
Yes.
You know that. Now, to top it all, we have none of the farmers going for soil testing,
Yes.
right? Despite giving it free. So, how do you propose to engage the farmers by paying 300 rupees and get this app installed and then finally get the testing done?
Okay. So first of all, in our business plan, what we mentioned that not we charge on the first year. So like you know that the Geo, in case of Geo, they actually give that the free of cost first, then they charge. So similarly here also, what we want to do, we want to actually try to reach in front of this, because if they know that this type of facilities, this type of guidelines, they actually get, because we have our own community radio in our university campus. Okay. So to this community radio, we actually convey the message to the farmers here or Kolkata, and they actually very much willing to join with us. And so at the initial stage, we want to just inform them that this type of facility they can get. Okay. Later, we will actually charge not 300, because this is a pyramid structure of marketing. So if they actually help to register more, they will get more actually given. Okay. This is a one-time charge for 1 year. I think that it is cost effective.
I had a question on that IP part. That
Yeah.
So the IP is on the AI part of it.
AI part as well, of course, AI part and the concept, and also code, in case of copyright, we actually coding also.
So the patent part is
Yes.
coming. So
Yeah.
So what is, you talked about 85% of accuracy. So what is your precision and recall? Like how much good you're missing and how much?
Actually, if you see that the time actually span of our project, you will see that the more or less 18 months, more or less 12 months actually we spent for the construction of the database.
That is okay.
This is the first thing, because till now we have 750 to 800 images. This is not sufficient for the training purpose. So
but within that 85, I just wanted to know that both your sensitivity, specificity, both are around 85? Or one is...
85.6%. Actually, we try to increase that depending on the how much data we will get. Okay.
May I ask one question?
Yeah.
Sorry. This sub-material deficiency, just like magnesium, calcium, that they give the same symbol just like liver. Liver is a disease.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
it. Now, how to separate? This is not a liver. This is a chase from the calcium.
Yeah, very good. Because initially, actually, I have done my work on the leaf bus and brown spot. Okay. So what's the
brown spot is the difference.
Brown spot is brown spot and blast disease. Blast disease and brown spot both are common. In case of the blast, you actually see the leaf blast. In case of the blast, first some scar actually appears on the leaf surface. But in case of the mineral deficiency, you see that the some patches, yellow patches and fluorosis actually appear. Yes.
I think we will have to, sorry, you're here, he's here, so we will get a chance to interact over the phone.
Yeah.
Allow the panelists finish and we're going to manage time.
We will definitely actually clear
I can see that you have a lot of knowledge and interest, so please have a conversation over here. Yeah, the panelists.
Actually, two observations. It would have been really better for all of us to understand if you make a case, like say in the state of West Bengal, this is the status of problem.
Use the mic.
Spread over these districts. Spread over the districts. And then it will be easier to visualize the extent of the problem. So that's the first observation I would like to make. Second observation is you mentioned about Yara and other products, but I would also request you to look into two more universities. They have actually quite advanced in this whole thing. One is Wageningen in the Netherlands and Cornell. Cornell has actually product available which is far more superior. End of the day is not 300 bucks. End of the day, is it really valuable? Farmers are ready to pay even more. Farmers are not stupid, they will pay even more. Last comment is that both the presentations you had IT part of it and you have apps, and you are telling to popularize it, you need seminars, workshop. I would request you to look into other way. If you look at all the apps in the world, the most popular app, they have never conducted seminars and workshops and trainings. Okay, so how are they popular? Just think of it. If you can really include that methodology, that will be.
Yeah, so therefore actually in our project cost we also mentioned that digital marketing. So we also promote our product to the digital marketing.
Yeah, just 2 seconds, just one point. If you have only 800 data points, why not open this to everybody for free so that you can get the data and you should be able to have more precision.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Yeah, that's one of URL is there, cpf.macau.wa.net. So if farmers, NGOs are actually willing to upload the images, they directly upload. If there is an internet, I can show you. And it is a bilingual. That means both Bengali and English.
Good. That would improve your 85% even better, hopefully. Okay, so thank you very much. I can see some hand. We will have to take it offline. So thank you so much, Professor Shandal. Please be around. I think there are some interested people in the audience and maybe even the panelists who will want to catch up with you over tea or coffee. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, thank you. And I'm sure the audience will appreciate the effort that has been done, put up by MACAU. May I now call upon stage Dr. Shotrendranath Mondol and Mr. Kaushik Mukherjee from Kalyani Government Engineering College to present their proposals. Are they here? Please join us.
Presentation.
Yeah, are we ready? Okay. So,
We can.
okay, so are you familiar? Forward, backward on the slide.
Presentation, please.
Yeah. Can we have the presentation? Yeah.
So enter the photo.
Use the slide changer and give it. Okay, if you are comfortable, do that. Whatever you're comfortable with.
It's not changing.
Let him do what he's comfortable with. Yeah. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. Let's
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm
Yeah.
Dr.
let's start. I'll give you allotted 5 minutes. Huh?
Yeah, 6 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Something for me.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I am Dr. Mandar, Satyendra Mandar, and my colleagues are Kusum. So my concept is we want to develop the Aadhaar, the Posu Aadhaar. This is our main concept. So we have did some project with the help of Government of India. We have already submitted the report. We have developed some with some good result. So now first one we have developed my site based on their guidance. So who are our target users? First, a small farmer who have just maintained their 10 or 20 animals. And a large pig one that will be the goat, pig, buffalo, whatever it is. And animal insurance is the main issue in our project. That was one objective. Because there is no such insurance in the animal sector, no such insurance. So only some few insurance are there. Because they are all confusing, which they will pay. The same animal whether they have insured or not. The biggest question in animal insurance and some veterinary and other healthcare management, meat industry. So there is all animal sector we can use this concept. And if we call, I am the newcomer not. So there is some identification. So this identification, these are the tags. So tag first one, yeah. This is it hard to the animal because they have animal tag, some tissue are damaging, so sometimes their livelihoods will be there. And so anytime you can change. And if they are always they are fighting, so that time they are always changing. So this is not the last one. But now they are maintaining this, we want to change this concept. At all this concept for the animal health. And that was the first one. So first we want to search whether this any part of the animal body, just like the human, this gives unique identity or not. And in case of goat, we find that there is two parts which give the unique pattern. One is iris, one is retina. Retina is the invasive material. So we have to take some dilated and we have to take some picture. After this we have to analysis. But iris part, we can easily capture it. It gives a unique pattern and it will stay after, in case of goat, on 1 month and lifetime. So even we tested after his date, the iris remains same. So we got same animal, we capture the picture before the slaughtering and after slaughtering, and we analyze them, they are same. So insurance people, they can easily take the opportunity to this part for insert the animal. Now, this is the current scenario of Indian scenario. India government want to count the number of cattle in India. So they are giving the 12 digit tag number. So there is a barcode. So everybody Pani Mitra, there is some Pani Mitra, they are Pani Mitra going to everywhere in front of in doorstep of farmer. They put their tag and 12 digit. But the problem remains same. So same pattern. They are tissue damage and they may be changed. Anytime they may be changed. So this is not traceable. So what do we do? We want to second point. Just without touching anything, we want to just like an Aadhaar, and we want to develop this type of symbol. Same Aadhaar, same thing. So we want to change only the tags. And this is a novelty. This is the only purely biometric based, non-tamperable, not traceable, not painful, not invasive. So these are the advances. This is our flowchart. So that's why how to capture the picture we want to show in the database, how to match. We can leak the other resources, just like the insurance system, traceability system. We have to develop all the services. And let us left two sides we have developed for hackathon. We have participated in hackathon of India government. So and from Eastern India we stood the first one. But unfortunately for the Indian level, we didn't got this award for hackathon. So in this case, we developed the quarter 5/4 phasing model. So in this model, we show that still now there is no competitor in our concept. So we are the only one who is studying the using this technology in the animal world. And for business point of view, if we look in the India, okay, that is goat population is 14880 lakhs, pig population 9.0 lakhs, and bovine means the buffalo, cattle, and others. So if we target only 0.02%, that will be 9.2 lakhs anyway. And if we charges only for 200 rupees for 1 month, 1 year, so we want to give our identity for 1 year. So if we first year if we target the 1000 animal, and then 5000, then 10,000, and gradually this is our business model and the revenue and our investment.
Dr. Morgan, one more minute. Yeah? Just one more.
Yeah. And this is the current setup. We have already have to apply 2 patents. These are 3 patents. These are final stage. And for software purpose, we have 2 copyright. We publish a state journal paper. And this one, we have already developed 5 or 6 apps, animal science, with help of NRC on Peak in Assam and IVRA Kolkata or animal. What is the next? Next, we only need the rigorous testing toward big farmers or our village or the farmers to deploy our technology and testing value. Only one thing is there. So another thing is that we want to apply the next technology phase based. We have already applied in pig. We got the very good result. In case of pig, with a small data set or more image set or animal set, we got a 90-80% result. 98%. In case of pig. So these are examples. And what we want? We want only a small element, around the 10 lakhs rupees. For one student, there is some stipend and some TA and some meeting purpose, and our college, there will be some student charges, and we want to associate with a big farming. So I left only 3 lakh rupees for them. So this is our, we need only 1.5 years. So I will deploy technology to the doorstep of farmer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to the panel. I just want to.
So I want to ask you questions about the business. I have only one question for you. Any tagging system has 2 sides. How to install the tag and how to verify the tag.
Yeah.
So you've talked about, the iris doesn't change. So, but when you want to verify the tag, isn't that going to be hard? Catching the goat, scanning the iris again, how will you verify?
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, no. We have developed some tools. There's tools rupees around 6,000 rupees. And this tool is a easily capturable iris.
No, capturable, yes.
Yeah.
When you want to verify.
No, after very bad. This software already installed in the, yeah. Yeah, just like other verification. So anything we just verify with finger and there is control with our database and verify with finger. We have verified at least 216 and live different stage.
My goat has crossed somewhere else. The goat is lying inside pond. How are you going to verify the iris?
Yeah, that is the problem. So to capture the iris, first we have to grab the animal. That's why it's shifted to phase-based technology.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, phase-based technology, if we just follow their path and if we put some camera, then camera automatically capture the picture, they will verify.
As you go to more gross elements, it gets easier. But iris, I see a big problem in the verification.
No, the first step, that was our project. So we break this concept that animal can be identified using some trait. That's like a human. So now we shifted in face. So and face will also give the good result without touching, without grabbing the animal.
So,
Only small one question. That is, let's say a farmer is having a backyard rotary or piggery, right? He's a small farmer, basically. You were mean to say. I mean, now how, since it's a chargeable model,
Yes,
it is a chargeable model.
you have to give 200 rupees per animal per year.
Precisely. Now, since you know pretty well that insurance companies doesn't give, I mean, they are not interested in insurance business for these particular animals. It's really cheap and good treat. So, how do you propose to scale it up? Well, I mean, what I mean to say is whether this is a viable model.
Yeah,
Will it work? I mean,
yeah,
when
this is
the
viable,
farmer
it
doesn't want to
will
pay for the insurance part,
because other part we are maintaining, when we have a server, just like we tell them just expend 200 rupees per year for your particular animal. Nothing. So we'll capture the picture, we'll verify it. So background, all three we maintain up just like your the insurance report. So they taking all everything. Sir, you have to spend 200 rupees per year. That was our one.
Okay, panelists, any other questions? Okay, you have another presentation. Yeah. Okay, can we start the next one?
Yavan sir.
Yeah. And next is we want to develop sensor-based mini weather station. So this is not a new thing. We have a government weather station, government of India, all over the India. But their concept, if we situated one base weather station here, their concept is 20-kilometer radius our weather will be same. So I want to contradict that one. So if I weather station in this location and around the 20 years, their land nature will be different. If some land there is some pond, some land there is upland. So we want to know the particular macroenvironment of that field so that the disease prediction we can predict before it happens. That's why we want to sensor-based weather station that will capture the macroenvironment. From macroenvironment, we will stabilize our station, they will processing it, and based on this AI model, there will be some result. The result will be go to automatically to the particular or all the farmer. So I am hand over to Kaushik Mukherjee. Kaushik will give the details.
Thank you, Dr. Mondal, for giving me this opportunity to present this here. So, as Dr. Mondal already said that what is our problem and what is the solution we have already thought. And this is our potential user, potential target user who can use our model or who can use our system to predict some epidemic diseases in various kind of crop like potato or rice or any cucumber beets area. So these are our potential users. So this is the problem already discussed by Dr. Mondal. That is, we have to incorporate or we have to install our model in the field level so that we can easily predict the disease based on the micro level environment data. And we are planning to incorporate some sensors like temperature or humidity sensor, sunshine sensor, wind speed sensor, something. So based on this data, we will capture the data from this particular field or various fields and store this data in the cloud. And after this storing this data, we will analysis the data, and based on the analysis, we will predict some result and make a decision support system and send it to the farmer via SMS, so that farmer can see the what will be the disease, or what is the exact disease coming forth in the field, and so that they can easily treat the plant. So this is our solution, and we have already discussed the solution. And this is the our solution workflow. This is the flow chart. We will capture the data and from the various field, and store the data in the cloud. And some based on the system, we will predict, or we will predict the diseases based on the weather data, and making some decisions about system. Okay, and this is the uniqueness of our model, that is an integrated sensor system for the collected micro level environment data. And specifically, this model yet not developed, whole the system, I mean from the data collection to the decisions, to the making some decision whether the disease is coming or not. That is our uniqueness of this particular project. And this is the current status. Current status means in nowadays farmer or some researchers collected the data, weather data from the weather station, which will situated far outside from the farm, and store this data, and based on this particular data, they will making some decision. But we will planning to make a model, and we will already develop a system where we can see that the sensors through some IoT model, and these IoT devices can capture the data from the sensor and storing in the cloud, and we will make some decision based on this particular data.
Okay, one more minute, please.
Okay, and this is our planning. We have already developed our model in the Arduino Uno in our lab, and we are planning to do apply this particular model in the ESP8266 Node MCU or ESP32 something, which is much more beneficial for the farmer. And this is the particular funding we have needed. Very low amount of funding. We just why? Because our model needs very low cost-effective sensors, as well as some chips, integrated chips. So this is the fund required. That is, and time required is 18 months. That is 1.5 years. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Over to the panelists.
So Dr. Mondal and Khushbu, I have sort of one question.
The mic is not working, I think. Oh, mic is not working.
It is not working?
Yeah, no.
So, and I will disclose first, you know 10 times more about climatology than I do. Right? So let's assume that what you said is accurate, which is that in the micro situation, there are certain parameters which are varying from what is being reported from the weather station. Right? Let's say you give some example, wind speed, so on. So when you detect that, are those events persistent enough? Is the duration of these variations long enough such that you can detect it, you can send it to the farmer, and the farmer can actually do something with it useful? Or usually, in my mind, at least from a layman's perspective, they could be very temporally short kind of differentiation. So I have some things over a particular field, the wind is blowing, but it blows for a very short amount of time.
No, actually, okay, I understand what you want to tell. That is, what is the current scenario is present, and what will be our planning. And definitely, our model will predict the disease before it happens. Much more beneficial. What are the current model have presented right now? And we have seen that there are so many pesticides have been applied in the field level. If there is a model is present, then this is not required, right? So we will planning, and we have already seen that our model is much more time effective also to predict the particular disease and send it the particular message to the farmers.
I can pick it up with you later.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate. I'm sure we would like to thank the members of the learning. May I request our next presenters, Dr. Tapon Kumar Mondol, Professor from West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, come and present. Thank you, Dr. Mondol and Mr. Mukherjee. Okay, so let's get the presentation up.
এইদিকে আছে
You can just tell him next and he'll check. Are you ready to start? Okay.
Respected panelists, moderator on the dais, dignitaries, and representatives from various institutes, ladies and gentlemen, I am really thankful on behalf of West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Science to Dr. Partho Sarathy Banerjee and his team of ABF to give me a chance to represent some products or some technologies which have been developed by our university. The two technologies, number one, that I am starting, the development of thermostable vaccine against ranicate disease. Development of thermostable vaccine against ranicate disease deployed through feed pellet. Actual ranicate disease, this is the viral disease in case of poultry, and poultry industry in our state now within 5 years has been developed or has been grown out at third or fourth position in our country, which was at the 10th or 16th serial number. So there is the need of this type of vaccine because the disease is a major problem globally and as well as in India, particularly in West Bengal. So in each and every farmer, in case of your poultry, so there is the need of this type of vaccine. And we know most of the vaccines which are available both in human beings as well as animal system. So these vaccines are to be maintained through cold chain. So this cold chain is very costly. Therefore, we have developed this vaccine, that is your thermostable vaccine. So next, in case of the vaccine which is available, which is being used, so that is costly and that is very difficult to use at the village level farmer, particularly backyard poultry. So our vaccine which has been developed, thermostable vaccine, so that is highly immunogenic, can be stored at room temperature up to 90 days. The vaccine protects both broiler in organized poultry and backyard birds, can be delivered both through drinking water as a nasal drop. However, data process showed more immunogenicity, showed better performance than commercially available ranicate disease vaccine in India. Prospective user to be used by a large number of both organized and backyard poultry farms in the country. Next. And if we compare the antibody titer among the various vaccines available in the market with our vaccines, so if you see at the last column, so before marketing the antibody titer in our first one, live attenuated lentiviral strain vaccine, the antibody titer was higher compared to other vaccines available in the market like your NGBH strain, F strain, and also B1 strain. Next. Now the vaccine can be used through drinking water as well as through nasal drop. But the problem in case of backyard poultry, this is very difficult to use. Individual poultry we cannot control, we cannot give the vaccine. Therefore, the vaccine is to be given through feed pellet. So as a pilot study we have done through your rice, boiled rice. So vaccine delivery through boiled rice, we have done the pilot study. The thermostable vaccine incorporated in boiled rice, then provided to the backyard chicken and found satisfactory level, that is your antibody titer was higher. Next. So what to be done to prepare the feed pellet vaccine using the standard protocol? Fluidized base granulator needed to incorporate the thermostable vaccine in the chicken feed pellet. A field trial required for a period of maximum 1 year. Next. So this important equipment, some glassware, chemical glassware, cost of chicken feed, cost of SPF eggs and miscellaneous, and total 13 lakhs rupees is required, and time period maximum 1 year. Next.
Okay, the next presentation is the second one. So we'll just pause for a minute. And firstly, I must compliment you. You have managed on time. So thank you so much. Yeah. And I'm going to request the panelists for your questions.
We should ask at least one.
Yeah.
The vaccine, does it have any effect on the chicken or the egg? So if the chicken is fine, I mean.
The question is, have you done field test after the vaccination? How long time have you given? Have they died?
We have already done trial.
Outside in the eggs that the chicken is producing, are traces of the vaccine in the egg? Is the vaccine safe? I mean, it's like giving fertilizer to plant, right? I mean, the traces of the fertilizer. So there is no effect on the quality of the.
No.
And what is the efficacy level in terms of avoiding the Ranicate disease? I mean, do you get 100% avoidance? What is the success rate? 90%. So you mentioned this Ranicate disease is the same as the Newcastle disease which happens in other parts. So this vaccine, this kind of vaccine doesn't exist globally anywhere for Newcastle disease?
No, vaccine is available. But
Thermostable, which is the problem in India.
No need of your
Yeah. So there is no other thermostable vaccine.
In India, there is no.
Okay, and
the last question is, I said, can the technology transfer can happen? That is possible. And who are the takers? No, you are not promoter. Like, who are the takers? Ultimately, who is actually going to
buy the vaccine?
produce the vaccine and buy the vaccine?
Yeah. So you need a pharma company to who you license the technology. Okay. And you have IP protection already patented.
We have applied.
You have applied. So once you grant it, then you can do the licensing. Okay.
There is a question on YouTube. How long does the vaccine last? Is it a one-time or booster doses are needed?
One time, that is after day 4 to 5 days of the chicken, we are giving the first dose, and second dose after 21 days, that is your booster dose. And it will continue in case of particularly broiler bird, about so that is about one, actually we are maintaining the broiler bird 1.5 months, that means 45 days like that. So up to 45 days it is maintaining high antibody titer. And again we are trying to how many days it will continue. So 6 months or 12 months like that. That experiment is also going on. And that fruitful result is also.
Dr. Mandal, I think your this particular innovation is quite laudable. I think we need to talk after the session. I think we'll definitely do that. Thank you very much.
is also with me. Who is the actual innovator of this thermostable?
Good. So I think this is very encouraging to hear the head of NABARD, East India, telling you that he is willing to discuss this with you further. So congratulations. I think that's a great news. Shall we move to your next presentation? Thank you so much.
The second one, UFX mean that is mineral mixture, and mineral mixture is very, very essential, particularly in case of livestock, and that is also due to deficiency in plants, due to deficiency in soil. So therefore, there is the deficiency of mineral in case of livestock throughout the country, and particularly in West Bengal. Now, mineral supplements are required by animals for their metabolic functions, growth, meat production, reproduction, and health. Level of minerals in feed and fodder varies from region to region. Thus, mineral availability to the animal also varies. Necessary to produce a region-specific mineral mixture. WBUFS under EICRP project conducted mineral mapping of various regions of West Bengal and accordingly developed mineral mixture for use in all the regions. This is the common mineral mixture which can be used irrespective of the region. This mineral mixture supplementation improves milk production, growth performance, and reproduction performance of the animal. Next. Our product, commercial mineral mixture, usually contain essential minerals, but most of them cannot meet the requirement for livestock. The cost of the product developed by the university is comparatively lower than the similar product in the market. Present selling price of the product approximately ₹85 per kg in small scale production against the commercial mineral mixture at the rate of ₹150 to 200 per kg. Next. So target commercial client, that is rural cooperative, AFO, agricultural farmers organization, self-help group, milk union cooperative, farmers. Its adaptation pattern and benefits accrued, the economic impact of the technology estimated to be about ₹400 crores per year in our country, according to this information which has been received from the net. That study was conducted in Bengal, All India Institute of Nutrition and Animal Physiology. Next. So our requirement, that is establishment of feed quality control laboratory in the Department of Animal Nutrition of the university for estimation of chemical composition and minerals in feeds and mineral mixture, and it will cost about 25 lakhs because this type of laboratory is not in the eastern part of India. So most of the companies, they are going for their testing of the feed to the Bangalore or another state. So thank you.
Okay, thank you again for managing well on time. You're helping us make up for lost time. Over to the panelists.
I can just give you a suggestion. The kind of requirement you have, basically a feed quality control lab, right? And the amount which you have proposed, I think why don't you apply through your animal husbandry department or animal resource department to us, so that these are very small projects which we can actually do a pilot. I think it is very much doable. So you can think on those lines as well, if you want to.
We have discussed with our ERP department also, but due to transient of fund, they are unable to.
You can always engage with NABARD. Okay.
So the funding can come from NABARD, but
you can discuss with that.
Okay.
That we can discuss with the ERP department, so that we can contact.
Also, I think thinking aloud, since you're saying nothing like this exists in Eastern India, if you get the support from NABARD and whatever, it can serve whole of Eastern India. So you can, apart from serving West Bengal, you can start making money from the other Eastern states by providing the service.
Yes,
right. That's a lot.
That's my question. So your proposal is to set up a lab.
So your proposal is to set up a lab. So it will be really beneficial what Talabdeep was telling, that if you look at economics, that how are you going to earn revenue through this facility, that would be make a business proposal. Yeah. So that would be helpful for us to really understand.
Yeah, so maybe that's not your expertise, but I'm sure some of us here can help you to make a business case, because that also helps your funding. Basically, you're saying it will need 25 lakh, but over a next 3-5 year period, it will more than not only recover the cost, but also start earning healthy revenue, both for you and whoever the investor is. Okay, thank you so much. And you've already heard some interest from NABARD, so hopefully the dialogue will continue. Okay, thank you so much. Let us now invite, the next presentation is going to happen online. So the reason is the gentleman who's presenting is presenting from somewhere in North Bengal, I think close to Darjeeling. So Ognimitra? Ognimitra?
Yes, he is online.
Is he online, Doctor? So I'm inviting Dr. Shantanu Laik from the Director of Syncona and Other Medicine Plants, Mungpu, near Darjeeling, West Bengal, who's joining us online. So Ognimitra, you are now in charge. Take over. And Dr. Laik, are you there?
You have to unmute yourself.
Dr. Laik would like to see and hear you.
Wait. You can't.
Yeah, there are other people who are joining online. Dr. Laik, I think he's already online. I'm sure Ognimitra would have checked.
Yes, he is online.
Okay, if your bandwidth doesn't allow, it'll be nice if you can see your face, Dr. Laik, but if your bandwidth doesn't allow, at least ensure that we can hear your voice because you need to present. And Ognimitra from here will open your presentation and slide, and every time you mention next, he will change the slide. And request you to make the presentation in about 6 minutes. At the end of the 5th minute, I will just give you a small alert or warning.
Dr. Laik, can you start speaking, please?
Dr. Laik is there. Oh, wonderful. Great. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. So we can see you, and hello from all of us here in Kolkata. And Ognimitra just opening your presentation.
No, he needs to share his PPT.
Oh, he needs to share his screen.
Ognimitra, are you going to share the presentation? Is he doing it or are you doing it?
He needs to share it.
He's doing it himself. Okay.
Yep. We see it.
You could make it into full screen. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Laik, you can begin your presentation now. 6 minutes and then we'll have a Q&A. I'll give you a small alert at the end of 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Today, I am Dr. Shantanu Laik from Director of Syncona and Other Medicinal Plants, Mangpur, Darjeeling district. Today, I discuss commercial cultivation in commercial orchid cultivation in Bengal. In present scenario, we have seen some region state-wise, which is mainly total genera entered region in 376 and total species in 1652. Now in 2017-18, if we see the production of the total entire agriculture industry's particular production, and India 704.23 metric ton. Then West Bengal is the maximum than other states, 203.42 metric ton. So we target orchid farmer of the West Bengal and objective to create market opportunities. Next one in present scenario in West Bengal, entire floriculture industries, orchid is the largest group. So in West Bengal, there are 460 species and 6 varieties of the orchid belong to 110 genera. And among these 466 taxa of the orchid in the West Bengal, 147 species of the orchid are the threatened category, within the 11 species already been the red data book, and the rare, enlarged, and threatened, and the 42 species in the endemic. And this is sourced by April 2021. And in case of Cymbidium, there is no exotic species except few hybrid taxa and mainly grown in Darjeeling and Kalimpong district, mainly Cymbidium. So far in orchid cultivation, why the industry is failing? Lack of technological guidance, this is the main problem. We we don't know how to manage the control disease pest, control the soil pathogen, control the proper environment. That's why technical guidance is a major problem. And second is the high cost of the maintenance, and non-availability insecticide and pesticide, and in case of high rate of also in case of high rate of plant protection measure also, and some other miscellaneous reason. That's why industries fail. So if we grow properly, so some spoke, one spoke in my slide. This is Dendrobium orchid. Dendrobium orchid is a big cut flower in potted also. It's a huge market value. Even we can next slide. This is a Cymbidium orchid cultivation. This is my in our project. If we see the 500 meters per area select, and we can accommodate 1,500 plants. So you can see after 10 years, we can net profit approx 30 lakhs. Initially, third year, there is no flower production. When the plant is in fourth year, it got slightly, slowly, as the production start and slowly increase. And up to 10th year, after 10 years, we calculate the simple like calculator. So we simply profit 30.50 lakhs. So now national international market, we saw an international market, and the source is mainly Department of International Trade in 2018. It's a high demanding for flower, mainly captured in Thailand. More than a third of the export in Europe and the US. US like 23.47%, and Japan also 20.02%. So why not India? Why not West Bengal can go to this type of orchid? It is a huge prospect. So we need some tropical and Cymbidium orchid production in some more. Cymbidium, that means Cymbidium is one type of orchid which is mainly grown in higher elevation area in our West Bengal like Kalimpong and Darjeeling also. And tropical orchid can grow in mainly plains region, including Siliguri subdivision also. Mainly motivate farmer and explore both domestic and international markets. Create common facilities like source of material. Source of materials, this is a big problem. It is till now no have data orchid production in West Bengal. So we have some idea for source material. If interested farmer can grow the orchid, we suggest our department side, technical background, technical knowledge, everything we can support. And mainly planting source material, we can support also. There is a two in the North Bengal region, two nursery industries already developed. One is North Bengal project and one is Darjeeling Garden. The two garden is supply planting material source also, and market is second thing is a market background and for limited. Market is a does not problem. Market we have sufficient demand, but we have no production. So market.
Dr. Naik, I'm going to request you to wrap up in another minute.
Market linkage mainly the source of the market is the North Bengal project. Enter he can guarantee also, and he can also collaborate with World Bank scheme, and he can totally his own linkage for marketing. And so must be made a paid project Eastern Bengal orchid in West Bengal. Also document. some features of international market there also. It's a hugely demanding crop. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Laik. More so because you've taken the trouble of joining us online. I'm going to request the panelists to have their comments and questions.
I really didn't understand what is your proposition. What is your proposition? What you are actually asking us to look at? You got my point?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes. If private investor, if we can, if we are interested and see, we can approach, then we can support everything, entire technical knowledge, entire planting, source material, even market linkage also.
It's basically asking for investor to set up orchid, production, planting,
They can help with the growing and even with marketing.
Pretty sure that the biggest reason for this was lack of technical know-how. He's saying that he couldn't get it.
I have a suggestion in the sense, since you are working with the university, why don't you approach the farmers producer companies working out there and do this field taste, or maybe for scaling it up. I think that is a better proposition rather than asking individuals to do this business. I think farmers producer companies are quite big, and the number of farmers are also quite a lot. So I think you will get a better result out there.
Sir, actually, mainly problem is farmer लोग अभी तक involved नहीं होना चाहता है क्योंकि they don't know about orchid. Mainly, some part of Darjeeling and some part of Kalimpong places are mainly majorly grown in orchid production, and they are hugely profit. So that's why with departmental government of West Bengal, we have two projects, and one is medium orchid and one is tropical orchid. अगर कोई लोग interested है तो वो अगर आके लाइव डेमो देखेगा तभी सर वो खरीदेगा, तभी उनका इंटरेस्ट बढ़ेगा. पहले से उन लोगों का इंटरेस्ट ग्रो करना है.
So that is precisely I am talking about. I mean, why don't you approach the farmer producer companies and the SHGs working out there who can actually propagate the scheme? And why don't you actually approach the Nabadian who is present in the district? I think there is in every district we have a district development manager. So in Darjeeling and also Jalpaiguri we have an officer who is stationed there. So you can talk to them, and I am sure you must be knowing them. So you approach them and then finally get going. I think this is a better proposition rather than asking for individual promoters to promote this. I think that Director Horticulture and Food Processing is also around. He can also vouch for it. I think he is asking for an investor for setting up this kind of a farm and get going. I think, yeah. Thanks, sir. Thanks.
Okay, so I think the suggestion is to look at power producer companies, talk to the local NABARD officials and also the horticulture department. So, and if you need those linkages to be made, Dr. Laik, I think the people are here and I think we are willing to do that. So we can take that offline after the session. And thank you very much for joining us online. And we'll be in touch with you.
One question on YouTube, if you could repeat, can orchid and Ayurvedic herbs be grown on the same place?
So that's a question for you, Dr. Laik, if you want to respond.
No, he will not be able to hear me. You have to repeat.
Okay, can you hear me, Dr. Laik? Has he logged off?
I think he's gone.
Okay. He's gone. Okay, so we'll take that offline with him later. Okay, so we'll now move on to the last presenter. We are a little over time, but I hope we can manage now. Final presenters will be Jadavpur University, represented by Professor Rajiv Bandyopadhyay, Professor Pratibhesh Mondal, and their team members. May I request them to come up on stage? And Dr. Mitro, can you get the presentation up? Okay, I know you have some interesting demonstration to put up, so you can use the tables in front to set it up or whatever, and tell us when you're ready.
Yeah, let my student
Yeah.
set up ready and
So you can start while they get parallelly, yeah, because we have to manage time. Yeah. I know.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank this ABF initiative for giving us an opportunity to showcase our research and our product. See, this product is all about the quality of food and plant products. We have been working on this problem for quite some time, and I'm very happy to inform you that in front of you we have Mr. Dilip Singh. He has got his PhD just this year, and he developed this instrument out of his PhD work, and he has initiated a startup. And this, the product is from them only. So this is for the traceability and transparency of food and plant products that we are targeting. At the present moment, we have the instrument. This is based on NIR spectroscopy, the near infrared spectroscopy, and it is used for analysis of samples.
I think the presentation went off. Okay, Vitro? Yeah. Can you move? Yeah.
Now, my job has been made easier by my previous speaker, Professor Mondo, that this transparency and traceability of these food products, particularly these poultry feeds and other products, that's really a great problem. And we have also met these FSI people. They're also interested to solve these problems. So our idea is that we'll have a very a testing kit which can rapidly estimate the important ingredients of a particular food product. And we have already got an assignment from the Directorate of Syncona to make this product, because in Syncona there are 2 lakh of trees, and in each of these trees the winning percentage varies widely. So it's very difficult to estimate all the samples in the conventional chemical laboratory using HPLC and other techniques. So our idea is to use the technology. It's a little bit low cost compared to HPLC. It's based on near infrared spectroscopy. But the main advantage is that it's almost non-invasive. So here Dilip will show how it is done. And based on that, the instrument is almost ready. We are going to install it on the 15th of this month, the next month at Mongpu. And we have already made the model for this spinning. Now this, after that we have the idea that we'll extend this problem to have the traceability and transparency of these food products. So that means from where it is made, what is the growing region, what is the, and we'll use some other sensors also in the network. So the advantage is that in India, the quality testing of these food products and this also particularly the natural products. We have done some work on natural products also. We have seen that the quality testing is not done extensively. It's mainly because of the technology is not available, or it is very expensive. So there are a lot of, the market size is huge. The rabbit market size is almost 15.29 billion in 2021, and it will grow at a percentage of 7.5%. This data we have collected, and our idea is that we will have this artificial intelligence, and we will have IoT integration with this. We will put the entire data in the cloud, and we'll use some QR code with the products so that everybody, the user or the producer also, they can get all the information regarding the entire chain. So that is in a nutshell about our solution. So this is the first prototype that we made, and you see this is and we are trying to miniaturize it. We have also done some work on some other natural products like andrographolite. Andrographolite, it's calmic, and in calmic the problem is that if the andrographolite's percentage is less than 1, it should not be called. Indian pharmacopoeia says that. So we have developed a model which is a larger instrument where you can grade the calmates. If it is more than 2.5, the quality is very good. 1 to 2.5 is acceptable. Less than that, then it's not. Okay, I think yeah, we can. The instrument itself is. So our this model is almost ready. We have used these components from abroad. These components are still not available in India, but we have integrated them and we have developed the software for each of these applications. And we have also presented a paper recently in the on Syncona bark.
Please.
So this is our idea is that we put the entire data that we have not done so far. The entire data in blockchain using blockchain technology in LoRaWAN, so that it becomes transparent and the traceability part is also taken care of. So this is about the market share. This is 26.19 billion.
After the
There's a service component also. It may so happen at the present moment, since the price of this instrument is quite high, it may not be affordable for everyone. So we want this Dilip and others, they want to provide this service more also. They want to go for that for each sample. Solution. And the market, there are several opportunities in meat and seafood, food products, processed foods, fruits and vegetables, and so on and so forth. But we have to develop the calibration model and the system is to be tuned to that. So that is our business strategy. You know, the target market is huge. You know, all the feed industry, industry use it, and with our financial projection. And the main issue is that these components are quite expensive and not available in India. At the present moment, the component cost is almost to the tune of 8 to 10 lakhs. Okay, so if Dilip wants to sell it, it must be around 15 to 18 lakhs. But there are components nowadays available from Taiwan and other companies, other countries. So if you can make the instrument, those components, the price will come down. So that's why our funding requirement is pretty large. It's almost 15 million rupees. And we are trying to get some fund from different agencies, from the PDA agencies, from IDAC, and we are hoping to get some fund in the future. And if also if there is some support from your side here or other side, that would be great. It's 1.5. Okay. At the present moment.
So we are kind of over time. So are you close to finish? Yeah.
Okay. So that's a demonstration. We'll just show you how it works. No, it's okay. Just show
yeah. Just a quick demo since you've taken the trouble of bringing it.
What is that? Take the microphone, please.
Take the microphone.
We have to put the sample here, in the sample holder. Then you have a just within 10 seconds. You have a our Windows-based GUI. Just you have to take the.
Request the camera to focus on the laptop screen.
You have just need a 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, you just get the what is the content, the biomarker content of this sample. And we are measuring the centrifuge and content. You have to just till now we have developed a Windows system, but in future we are trying to develop Android system. Okay. So we need also.
So this is also a green technology because we do not need any reagents. But at the present moment, we have to give it in powder form. And there's the grain size is also.
So there are no consumables.
Okay. No chemical. The existing system is chemical based and skill technician and lab based. We want to replace all that.
So we are taking this instrument to Mumpu this month only. And we'll have the real trial there.
Okay. So are they willing to part fund it because you are doing it?
They have already given money.
They're giving money.
Yeah, they
So in a way, the Syncona part of your experiment is being funded by them. Similarly, you mentioned Calmate. Is that getting funded by somebody?
Yeah, it was by National Medicinal Plant Board.
Okay, wonderful. So at least the use cases are being developed. Okay. But if you want to extend it to other plants, that is where you need funding. Is that so?
Not only that, we have to make different instruments. We have to make another instrument for another application.
Okay. Okay, so
I have 100 questions. I'll take it offline. But you said there is a startup. There is an entity that, and that's like Jadavpur University has like okayed it, and the transfer agreements are all done.
No, that has not been done, but they have already incubated, and we are working together. This process is going on.
And have you received any funding in it? Equity funding in the?
No. Equity funding.
So for equity funding, you will need a private limited company. So
private
you have the
limited
mechanism where he will be a co-founder and the IP will be shared jointly between him and the university or by him.
No,
Has that arrangement
company has
been
been formed.
Company has been formed?
Yeah, they have.
Okay, very good.
And the IP is coming on the one on the sensor side,
Yeah.
other on the AI side.
Yes.
And the AI is running on cloud or it is running here?
At present, it's running here.
Okay. So it is a DL or is it?
Yeah.
So are you facing any problem because it is DL? Are you, no, your customers, are they asking you to explain this? How it is taking the...
Sorry, I
No, if you are using deep learning, you cannot explain it. Are you facing this is a problem in health? That's why people don't use AI in healthcare. Are you facing that problem here, your customers?
No, not yet. Actually, they do not know about this algorithm. They want, they consider it to be an HPLC. So they give the sample and they get the result. That's all.
And the startup owns the IP free and clear, or?
Yeah, we have already filed the IP, but that's still not obtained.
IP is in the name of the company or in the university?
It's in
Okay, can I just ask one question?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Is this equipment, can it be used for detecting antibiotic residues in seafoods?
It's difficult in this, it's mainly because this technology is not that expensive technology, and that's why there's the detection limit is not that low. That is the problem. We cannot measure, say, the pesticides or heavy metal residue. So that's a big, demand.
So a ppm or a ppb cannot be measured?
That cannot be done. Only if it is there in percentage, or say 0.1% or so.
Okay.
After that.
I think it generated a lot of interest. There's another question for Lodge.
Professor Vandapatra, you may not be knowing, but we had sponsored this machine for the Syncona project.
Yeah.
The idea was that the 200,000 samples of Syncona which we have collected would be analyzed through this machine. But one thing which we wanted to know is how does the data compare with the gravimetric results of those? Has that been done?
Yeah.
Has the machine been actually calibrated against the gravimetric data?
Yeah.
So can that be shared with us?
Yeah, definitely. We'll share.
So kindly if you also could give us an idea by when this can be implemented at Mongpu.
Yeah, our first attempt will be in this month, in the month of January. Okay. Dilip will be going there, and they will test with the real samples there. And if it is successful, I hope it will be successful. If it is successful, it's fine. We'll give the instrument to you, then you can go on and using it. Because you have sponsored this.
So this actually is a very, I would like to use this platform to tell people that India is one of the 4 or 5 countries which has this Syncona plantation. One of the 4 or 5 countries in the world. And this quinine is the main product from Syncona plant. And these plantations where, these were planted by the Britishers long back in 1860s. Over the last 150 years, the quinine content has come down. So now we are faced with a challenge, how to improve the quinine content. So the idea is that we are going to identify out of these 200,000 plants, we have about 30 million plants there, trees there. Out of those 30 million trees, we have identified 200,000 trees which could possibly give us a higher yield of quinine. And this machine is going to be used to find out how much quinine is there, and based on that, we are going to multiply those plants. That is right.
Thank you. And very senior scientist of ICR, he is retired, Dr. A. Bandhavati. Actually, he collaborated us with this project.
It's very encouraging to see this ecosystem develop.
But these IP issues are still not very clear to us. If you can help us on the concept.
Okay, so I'm sure some of us can.
Yeah. So what should be the role of our university, but the role of startup? We don't actually have much idea.
In fact, one of the discussion, we'll take it offline, is that I think Khodagpur has a good IP department, legal department, maybe they can even step in. But we have one more presentation.
Yeah.
And another presentation from Kapil. Yeah, Pranivesh Mandal. He's from Mechanical Engineering.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is our last presentation, so let's begin as usual.
Yeah. You have the slide changer? Yeah.
That light is
everyone,
perfectly
and,
set to be
to be
in here. Oh, so in the
As we are having one prototype on our own, for the presentation I hand over to Sudipto, my student, to carry on with the presentation, and I go into the demonstration part.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sudipto Mandal, and I will be presenting about our product, small scale portable cooking unit. So, coming to the first slide.
এখানে চেঞ্জ হবে।
Carry on.
Give it to me. I will change. Just
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, what problem we are trying to solve? In what some of the human suffering, in what weather are very common problem in tropical country like India. Also, rotting of crops, vegetables, and different perishable items are also a major concern in tropical country, especially in village areas. There is a lack of mini-scale portable cooling system. Who are we helping? Our product audience are common people of tropical country like India who need some personal air conditioning. Those people who need small-scale portable cooling unit to store and transport perishable items, especially in village areas. How are we trying to solve the problem? We are trying to develop a compressor-free mini-scale portable cooling unit for this purpose. This proposed battery-powered unit will also be installable into a specially designed fabricated jacket, wearing which someone may feel comfortable in hot summer days. It can also be used indoor to keep individual people cool instead of whole room, which will help us to save us lots of electricity. This is our prototype. We can see the orange portion. Portion is the cooling unit, and we have attached it to a insulating box for the testing purposes. For our competition, currently there are no product available in the market, so there is no competition currently in the market. We have also filed for the provisional patent, and we are working with our prototype. So once the product is ready, we will file for the final patent. What's unique, special, and better about our solution? It is compressor free, so it is safe to portable. It consumes lot less energy in compared to traditional compressor-based cooling system. It is portable, it is versatile, and it is affordable. Final product price would be around 6,000 to 8,000. How far we have come? We are currently at prototyping stage where we have developed an initial prototype, and we have attached it to a insulating box for the testing purposes. We also attach the cooling unit to insulating box for initial testing. What's next? We have to test different parameters of the cooling unit. Need to optimize the design of the cooling unit for better performance and better portability. Need to test and attach lithium-ion battery pack for wire-free operation. After finalizing the design of cooling unit, we will proceed for the AC jacket. For the development purpose, we need approximate 300K inner over the period of 6 months, and we also need some connections when the final product is ready. That's it.
So I have a question. So this is some very useful stuff, right? Very useful. But there is a whole industry called wearable tech. big industry. Right? So in the United States where I come from, there are probably 50 companies. I mean, I forget the names. Taurus, TORRAS, IHTK. Oh,
Is it working or getting close to?
no, it's off actually.
Yeah. Check happening.
Yeah. So there are many, at least 50 companies that are making cold and hot heating and cooling jackets. Right? So you should look at them. And the names are, again, I forget the name. Just type wearable tech.
Is there
air conditioning jackets, right? Or wearable tech heating jackets, right? I mean, there are many. So you should look at those and differentiate yourselves with that. Right? Only, but this is a very hot area right now.
We have also brought out prototypes.
Yeah, actually about the prototype, right now what we are having is that we are using one SMPS as the LTR unit cannot actually work on AC unit, so I need the DC current. Accordingly, the SMPS will actually provide me the DC current for now, but in the main purpose, we need to put it to some of what we have expected that if a funding comes, we can actually use it with the any vehicle. I mean, in a motorbike, maybe the motorbike battery can provide us this particular power, because the power requirement is not very high. And the corresponding data which is not there actually, because we have just tested it with this particular ice cream box right now as this. But this I can replace with any jacket or any particular bigger unit to carry, suppose the perishable tomatoes and these particular agricultural items. And even at the time of COVID, I fought for the transportation of vaccines over there in the rural areas, where my suppose my 4-wheeler or 2-wheeler battery can do it for me for some purpose at least. And the temperature we have actually achieved, that is in between 2 to 3 degrees centigrade, we can actually come down. So for a 2 degrees centigrade and 3 degrees centigrade, it's very much alright for a refrigerator kind of unit. And for an air conditioning, if I want to have it in a jacket kind of thing, then it's 18 degree to 20 degrees pretty easy to achieve.
So you're saying you can achieve 2 degrees when
Yes.
the ambient temperature is 40 degrees?
No, I have not used the ambient temperature 40 degrees, but at least when the room temperature was 31 degree, it was coming down to 2 degrees. So that is the scale of unit I could actually achieve over here. But that is why I tried with the water bottle, but this is not running here, so I do not show you.
What's the physics of what's the underlying physics?
That is the Peltier unit, where one side is getting cooled and other side is getting hot, and those kind of Peltier units are used here. And as you have just mentioned, that I also thought in this particular way that we are using the cooling side only. So if we use the hotter side, they can actually change
It's
it.
the same. It's the same.
Kind of thing.
Every wearable tech company has heating and
Cooling. So both sides are right now the hot side is getting wasted.
I think the challenge is to figure out the multiple use cases and the business opportunity linkage.
Absolutely, because I need to make it, and that is
I
why
think that's a conversation we will take it outside.
testing purpose is there.
Battery part, have you computed what will be your circuit life, suppose when you are doing your battery, what is the ampere wattage that it is going to consume? What will be the time, up to what time essentially?
This particular, as we are thinking on a car battery or something, so charging is not a problem for us.
Okay.
If I actually
But still, in some cases, there may be some other use cases. Maybe you are using a solar powered.
Yes, for solar
But have you
power,
computed how much is your wattage?
the corresponding wattage, I will calculate actually.
100 watts.
100 watts. Yes. That particular thing can be achieved. Using solar power and everything can be achieved, but the testing is required to be done. And that is why the funding is.
even a bike. People can ride a bike and cool themselves, exercise and cool.
Yes, that is also.
I think there are multiple possible use cases. So we have to, I can see frantic signals from behind. We are way behind time. So I want to do 3 things.
firstly, I want to thank the presenters, and I hope everybody in the audience will join us. So, I think it's very, very. Hello.
It was on actually.
Hello. Yeah. Firstly, I think I want to take the opportunity of thanking all the people, and we've come from, all over West Bengal, including from Wangpu online. So the presenters, firstly, compliments for all the technological innovation you've done, and thank you for coming here and sharing your experiments and learning. And we really, really wish and hope that you can take it forward, including maybe connections that you now going to be able to make in the room. Secondly, I want to thank the panelists for being here and asking some very pertinent questions and pointed directions. And I know some connections have been made, specifically in the BARD, etc., which can probably take some of these conversations forward. Some of the participants from the audience who are up to also added value asked the relevant questions. I think the biggest lesson personally for me, and I hope for all of us, is the fact that, rather than the individual technologies, which I'm sure some of them are promising and will hopefully go ahead, it's the opportunity of this creating this ecosystem where we hear from each other, bounce off ideas, find who can help whom, and use this as a platform to discuss how do we take ideas like this, may or may not be this particular idea, but ideas like this forward in a collaborative ecosystem, which is really the whole purpose of ABF. So, in a way, gives us fodder for some discussion and thought among the different discussions that are going to happen later. So with those words, thank you, and I hand it over to the moderator, Biplov, for the sessions. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Who you want to say something?
So, friends who are present here and friends who are also on online, we have a slight change in program. We are merging two sessions. The Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Biotechnology has arrived. So our session which we have now, which is on the vision of ABF, we will merge it with the Honorable Minister's address. And both of these sessions will be merged into one session. So we will take 1 minute to set up the stage. We will have the Honorable Minister, we will have Shri Rajiva Sinha, who is already amongst us, and we will have Shri Riva Ganguly Das, who is online. And I will also be making a short speech on that. So with this, we will have two sessions merged in together, and we will just take 1 minute to set the stage, and we will call the Honorable Minister, and then we can get started. So with this, I am just handing it over to Biplov to moderate that with an understanding that both these sessions will be merged. Thank you so much from the people who are here as well as people online. I suppose you have heard us, and we will get started. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Partho. We have had a truly invigorating opening session, but we are way behind schedule, so we need to proceed. As you heard that two sessions are being merged into one. Ideally, the third session was with the Honourable Minister. He had just one address to make, so we are merging both the sessions. A very warm welcome to Shri Ujjwal Vishash, the Honourable Minister in charge of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Very warm welcome to you, sir, our guest of honour, this afternoon.
Now, this session is actually, there will be a presentation by Dr. Partho Banerjee, member of ABF Board of Trustees, and it's called the Presenting the Vision for Aspiration Bengal Foundation. Partho, dear friend, is member of the ABF Board of Trustees. He will present in detail the vision of ABF. Partho has more than 30 years of experience working with national and provincial governments, multilateral and bilateral institutions, multiple United Nations agencies, reputed state-owned enterprises, apex industry associations and the private sector. Professionally, he manages the entrepreneurial venture DEX-DEFT Research and Consulting at New Delhi, a socio-economic policy research firm wherein he works with multiple United Nations agencies, public institutions and governments in Asia and Africa. Partho has a bachelor's and an MBA, both from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from IIT Delhi. So, big hand for Partho. We are blessed to have the presence. I'll say blessed because I personally know how much he contributed towards the state's MSME when he was at the helm of affairs. One of Bengal's most celebrated bureaucrats, Dr. Rajiv Sinha. Warm welcome to you, sir. Would you join us up here on stage? And former Chief Secretary to the government of West Bengal, and at present the chairman of the West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation. A big hand for Sri Rajiv Sinha for finding time to be with us. And we are truly happy to have the presence, of course, online of none other than Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, a former Secretary East of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, a former High Commissioner of India to Bangladesh, and an ambassador to Albania and Moldova, with residence in Bucharest, in Romania. She has worked in Spain, the Netherlands, and China, and she served as Consul General of India in New York, as well as in, if I'm not mistaken, in Shanghai, in China as well. So, we are very happy that Riva Ganguly Das is joining us online. A very warm welcome to you, madam. And that's she on the monitor. And it's over to Partho to take the session forward. I think we begin by your presentation, or maybe speech by the Honorable Minister, whatever you feel is good.
So thank you, Biplav. It's a real pleasure to have you as a MC, and thanking you once again for passing the baton on to me. So since we have the Honorable Minister on the podium, may I request, sir, you have had a busy schedule. You have taken time for us to give you precedence in addressing us for a few minutes, and then maybe we can take it according to making me, and then with Shri Sinha and Madam Riva Ganguly Das. You can follow it in that sequence, sir, but it will be really our privilege if you address us first. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I am grateful to the organizer for their invitation here to be the part of their initiation
for promotion of West Bengal destination for investment. Sorry, I am being late because you know that today our Prime Minister has the program and the several ministers came to our state regarding the Ganga program, and Minister of my Science and Technology, Mr. Jitendra Singh, also came here, and I have already given the time to word some regarding the Ganga plan. He told that if the Ganga plan will given to us, the Science and Technology Department, it will be better for India also. I told him it is really, he was saying the good thing. But I am giving that you, the IIT people, are really thinking about about our state. Our Chief Minister is willing that West Bengal should be a new era, and he always told that he gave Bangla a new thing, and then this is the main program that you have taken in your. This is high time that you will give us a good gesture to India. I would like to focus the field of my technical science and technology with biotechnology. The field of biotechnology, the next destination of the mankind. My department is very much needed about. Our department has a 9-storied building having central instrumentation and analytical testing facility, plant tissue culture facility, workbench, incubation spaces, spaces of training, finishing schools and commercial spaces with administrative facilities are there. Now it is total vacant place. This is the high time I told to the organization Aspiration of Bengal Foundation, ABF, please look after that area. At the 9th floor, a office building was vacant, and I want that I will give you to you, and you think about anything your mind has been special care. That will be a good gesture to our West Bengal people. Our Science and Technology Department promoted research and development program. I told to Mr. Jitendra Singh, we have several scientists, and he gave us the very much training to the people, and also they are coming from many of the universities had given us the students. We gave them money for they are taking the students as a new gesture to the new thinking about to the common people or areas their brain should be captured there. We know that this scientists have already taken money from as a our for their
what he said, that it is not a that as a or what I said connected we take a use bad notion to the educated people that if they are doing nothing, it will be very much bad to them. But they are not using the guys that who should give us a good to the picture to the our state science students and which will be give a better result to the future our what I said. It cannot be possible that I hopeful that the great success of the conclave and thank about ABF for the effort. I am always with all initiatives and development, and I shall extend my support. You know that I belong to that family. My father's elder brother, Prashant Vishwas, is a freedom fighter. I am the family man. You know that Digambor Vishwas and Vishnu Chandra Vishwas is my family man. Though after 75 years, we are from this Bengal people, we know to do something for the people. At that time, we are a landlord. Still then, our predecessors, they want that they should do for the people. And at that time, our predecessor has given their life for the people, and this is the right way. This is the time that your father have given you to do something for the people, and you have already gave your whole effort as a IIT people of one of the best area where the students have encouraged anybody, any students in our India. Is why I am giving you that you should, as with my family, I am giving you the gesture regarding that you do something to our state, because our state needs you, the people, and you should do something to the our future people should be think about that what India thinks today, what West Bengal thinks today, India thinks tomorrow. That is the greatest proverbs that we have are very much our courage in our country. Then I want that you please, this is the place again I am giving you a chance to our state. I want that my department wants a single thing, that is the biotechnology area which is totally lying vacant. I want that you should immediately take some people who will give us the good solution. This is the right way in future to our state. Thank you very much. I will very much pleased for coming here and you taken me for their scope.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouraging words and the confidence, the faith that you have to actually make a statement that you are willing to give over the whole 9-story building to ABF to manage, in the sense that, you know, we we take it forward on the vision is really something which is encouraging and heartening. So of course, your other words that you think that what ABF can do for the state, you need people like the IIT alumnus who can come together and put a credible plan and work for that is also very encouraging. So with this, sir, with your permission, I make a small presentation. Okay, sir. So thank you very much, sir. So this is what is about a mentorship, and we are truly grateful that Rajiva sir from day one has been mentoring us. So with this, sir, I stand corrected, and I invite you to take the stage and give your address to us first. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Partha. তোমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা কোথায়? দেখছে না হাতে চেঞ্জ করতে হবে। A very warm welcome to all of you to Calcutta, and Calcutta has this pleasant weather once in a while. So those who have come from outside, they are lucky that they will be having a pleasant weather to move around and have a lot of fun done. Thanks ABF, thanks Partha Square, and all of you who have taken so much of pain to organize this. আমি একটা জিনিস বুঝলাম না, এতক্ষণ শুধু ইংরেজি শুনেছি, এটা অ্যাসপিরেশন বেঙ্গল ফাউন্ডেশন। আপনারা কি শুধু ইংরেজিতেই বলেন? আমেরিকা 2 বছর থেকে গেছেন মানে শুধু ইংরেজি বলবেন পারতো? কি হচ্ছে এটা? We should speak a language which we are more comfortable with. Forget about me, I am comfortable with Bangla as a foreign language. তোমাদের কথা আমি বলছি। In any case, thanks a lot. What I was wondering here, that some of the presentation, আপনাদের যেমন presentation ছিল ভ্যাকসিন নিয়ে, আর একটা যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি প্রেজেন্টেশন ছিল, প্রশ্ন ছিল যে কত ওয়াটেজ লাগে, কত কি লাগে, ওইসব তো আমরা বুঝি না। তো আপনাদের যে আছে যেটা প্রবলেম আমি আইডেন্টিফাই করেছি, that the sessions, some of the sessions were too technical. So it's better to keep the technical side to the technical experts, and ওখানে ইন্টারাকশন হওয়া ভালো। আমাদের মতন কি বুঝবে, বাট আর বোল্ট আর এইসব তো বুঝি নেই, মাধ্যমিক অবধি পড়েছিলাম, তারপরে তো আপনারা জানেন আমার চাকরিতে চলে গেলে আর পড়তে হয় না, আপনি বর্ন এক্সপার্ট হয়ে যান, যে কোনো বিষয় হলে বলতে হয়। সুব্রত আছে, চলে গেছে? আরে সুব্রত, তুমি এখানে you should come here, please. We want Subrata Gupta to be here. One of the brightest minds in bureaucracy in Bengal, Subrata Gupta, very, very dear friend of mine. And when I was leaving the service, like most of people of my, I would say, quote-unquote caliber, feel that there will be a complete vacuum after they leave. So I was also having this illusion that আমার পরে কে, কিন্তু আমি তাকালাম চারদিকে, দেখলাম কয়েকজন আছে, তার মধ্যে একজন সুব্রত আছে। কাজে সুব্রত is one of the finest human being and officers I have seen. আমি যেটা বলতে চেয়েছি, CD for you and for everybody here, এই যে পুরো পারপাসটা রয়েছে not to introduce new technologies in the laboratories or to create new technologies in the industry. আমি যেটা বুঝতে পারছি না সেটা হচ্ছে কি, একজন লোক বললেন, আপনি বললেন বোধহয় স্যার 25 লক্ষ টাকা লাগবে আপনার একটা ল্যাব সেট করতে। Why can't ABF mobilize this fund? What big deal? You need 50 people, donate 50,000 rupees and you get 25 lakh, hand it over to them and make it ABF, vaccine laboratory or whatever. নাবার্ডের অফিসারের কোথায় গেলেন? নাবার্ডের অফিসার ছিলেন না, আমাকে দেখি অনেকে চলে যায়। যাই হোক, নাবার্ড প্রত্যেকটা ব্যাপারে আপনাদেরকে ঘোরাবে না, আপনারা চিন্তাই করতে পারছেন। কিন্তু সুব্রত বসে আছে, 1001 প্রশ্ন, আর তারপরে এই inquiry or due diligence চলবে, sorry for you, a lot of due diligence and government linkage. And I was surprised when, sir, you said that government does not have money to pay you 25 lakh rupees. We are making ourselves a laughing stock by saying such things.
But this is not the platform where we should discuss even government and money, because government যদি সক্ষম থাকতো, কি মশাই আপনি আমাকে রেখে চলে গেলেন? হ্যালো, কোথায় চলে গেলেন? বসুন, সব ব্যাপারে নাবার্ড, আপনারা জানেন নাবার্ড ধার দেয়। বসুন বসুন, সামনে বসুন। NABARD is a bank. It gives you loan, and if they don't give you loan, they will not earn interest, and if they don't earn interest, he will not get his salary. So he will ask everybody to take loan. We are not looking for loan. Loan নেওয়ার অনেক লোক আছে। আমি বলছি 25 লক্ষ টাকায় একটা যন্ত্র লাগবে আপনার 10 লক্ষ টাকা, ওর মধ্যে 1 লক্ষ টাকা কি বুদ্ধি কিনতে হবে, 2 লক্ষ টাকা কি কিনতে হবে, টোটাল 13 লক্ষ, 13 lakhs and 15 lakhs, এটাই তো কত হলো? 25 আর কত হলো? 38. I will take 38 minutes to mobilize this fund. 38 minutes, not more than that. Because why should I do it? This is not my job. This is the job of ABF. ये तो विदेशे गए मोटा मोटा टाका दिए रोजगार করছেন আপনারা, আর আইআইটি তে পাস করে তো সব বড় কোম্পানি দেয়, ছোটখাটো চাকরি আমাদের মতন চাকরিতে ঢুকতে শুরু করেছে 20 বছর, তবে থেকে আমাদের পাও কমে গেছে। আরে এত বড় বড় চাকরি করছেন, ইন্ডিয়াতে আছেন, কোথায় আছেন, মাল্টি ন্যাশনাল, সুপার ন্যাশনাল, অল দ্য বিগ সিইওস গ্লোবালি আর ফ্রম আইআইটি। আর একটা আমি পেয়েছিলাম হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ, সেখানে লিখেছিল যে আইআইটি ব্র্যান্ড ইজ বিগার দ্যান কর্নেল অ্যান্ড ইট ইজ বিগার দ্যান এমআইটি, আমি তার কারণে আমি পাঠিয়ে দেবো আপনারা যারা দেখেন। কিসের ব্র্যান্ড? এই জন্য কি এখানে এসে শীতকালে ছুটি হয়েছে, শীতকালে সবাই বাড়ি ফিরবেন, আত্মীয় স্বজন সঙ্গে বসবেন, সাউথ পয়েন্টে স্কুল যারা পয়েন্টার, সাউথ পয়েন্টার বলো তো পারতাম, 7 পয়েন্টাররা বসে আলাদা আড্ডা, একদিন বেঙ্গল ক্লাব। This is not the foundation is supposed to do. Incorporate the changes. So, what I am trying to say is that this gap between technology and entrepreneur, age a gap, that has to be bridged by you. That is not government's job. Government কাছে প্রবলেম হচ্ছে কি অনেক টাকা আছে, অনেক বুদ্ধি আছে, বিবেক আছে, কিন্তু সাধারণ মানুষ গভর্নমেন্ট অবধি পৌঁছতে পারে না। আজকে এখানে যদি কেউ কোনো এন্টারপ্রেনিয়র বসে আছে, মন্ত্রী মশাই এখানে রয়েছেন, আমাদের অ্যাডিশনাল চিফ সেক্রেটারি গুপ্ত সাহেব রয়েছেন এখানে, সরাসরি প্রশ্ন করতে পারেন, দেখা করতে পারেন, কিন্তু আপনি যান অফিসে ঢুকতেই পারবেন। অ্যান্ড উই উইল ক্লেম দ্যাট আমার অফিসে আনস্টপ মানে নো হার্ডল এন্ট্রেন্স আছে, কিন্তু আমি জানি না আমার বাইরে কত রকম এন্ট্রেন্স আছে। দ্যাট ইজ আওয়ার প্রবলেম। So we have lost touch with the ground. Government has a big problem because ওনাদেরকে তো মন্ত্রী আছেন, গ্রামে গঞ্জে ঘুরতে হয় ভোটের জন্য, আমাদের তো তাও লাগে না, জানি কেন গ্রামে গঞ্জে ঘুরবো, ফালতু সময় নষ্ট করবো। তো এই জন্যে that gap has to be bridged by ABF. ABF can show small funding, and I am not talking of any recurring expenditure which you will not be able to get. 25 লাখ রুপিস, 30 লাখ রুপিস, এগুলো আপনারা মোবিলাইজ করেন, আমিও করতে পারবো। নাবার্ড যেটা ওনারা বলছেন যে আমরা ফান্ডিং করবো, নাবার্ড will you give it free of cost?
But there are few schemes where
So please make a list of such schemes and give it to them so that they can publicize it. That these are the schemes under which, क्या मैं सही बोल रहा हूँ ना? That these are the schemes under which you get grant. You don't give. We are not asking for giving a grant to individuals. We are asking you giving grant to places like Jadavpur University or Animal Husbandry University. এদেরকে ছোটখাটো টেকনোলজি সেট আপ করার জন্য। আর একটা জিনিস আমি দেখেছি, যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি প্রফেসর মশাই নেই, এখানে চলে গেছেন। না আপনি না, হ্যাঁ স্যার, আমি আপনাকে আবার একটা রিকোয়েস্ট করব, এই যে প্রেজেন্টেশন আপনি করেছেন না, এই ধরনের প্রেজেন্টেশন যাদবপুর ক্লাসরুমের ভিতরে বাইরে না, ভালো লাগে, বাইরে লাগে না। How does it make a difference to a orchid planter, or how does it makes a difference to a poultry owner or to a farmer? যে আপনার CAGR 18% আছে, CAGR 12% আছে, global market is growing so fast, it will be a $150 billion US economy in few days. আরে আমি পটেটো চাষ করছি, আমার বিক্রি হচ্ছে না। আমি এখানে ছোটখাটো একটা প্লান্টেশন করছি, সেখানে পোকা লেগে যাচ্ছে। সুব্রত গুপ্ত সাহেব বললেন ওনার সিঙ্কোনা থেকে কুইনিন কন্টেন্ট কমে যাচ্ছে। আরে 15, 20, 30 বিলিয়ন এটা স্বপ্নে আমরা দেখিনি কি হচ্ছে। তো এই ধরনের জিনিসগুলো যেটা আছে it can impress people who are sitting here because you all are educated, you all are well versed with the financial terms, these macroeconomic parameters. It matters nothing. Arun tea stall naam শুনেছেন? Have you heard of a tea shop, tea seller called Arun tea stall? এই তো আমাদের ডাইরেক্টর সাহেব শুনেছেন। Just see. Look at his CAGR. Look at his market economy. আর যদি সিডি কাছে গিয়ে থাকতো ওর ইনোভেশন ল্যাবে ও তো tea is not going to sell because the overall global consumption of tea is going down and its growth is the slowest among all the beverages. And I am not saying he would have said that. I am saying there is a strong possibility. ওই লোকটি মার্কেট চিনে নিয়ে বুঝলো কি এখানে লোকেরা সকালবেলা মর্নিং ওয়াক করে যখন ফিরে তখন গিল্ট ফ্রি থাকে, খুব দুধ মলাই দিয়ে চা খাবে, সেই চা ওর তৈরি করতে শুরু করলো অ্যান্ড তার সঙ্গে সিঙ্গাড়া আর কি কচুরি দিতে শুরু করলো। দে আর সেলিং ইট উইদাউট এনি and for the people who are developing, for the people who are making this thermal cooler system, they have developed a tea packing system. Have you seen that? You must see that. They pour hot tea in a container. It looks very shiny material, I don't know what it is. And then they put it in a cardboard container. And the shiny material or mukta bondo kore je ekta tebi diye আর পুরো জিনিসটা প্যাক করে they claim that 3 ঘন্টা অবধি চা গরম থাকবে। Any part of Calcutta they will supply. So এই জিনিসগুলো যেটা আছে না আপনাদেরকে দেখতে হবে একটা প্র্যাকটিক্যাল আউটলুক। একাডেমিক বই তো তৈরি করতে গেলে পার্থ ইজ ফর মি ইউ আর দ্য মোস্ট অ্যাক্টিভ কমিউনিকেটর ইন ইউর গ্রুপ, বাট এইসব রিপোর্ট ভালো লাগবে। মোটা রিপোর্ট দেবেন, দেবেন, 20 লক্ষ টাকা 15 লক্ষ টাকার জন্য লোকেরা ঘুরে বেড়াচ্ছে, ওর সলিউশন দিচ্ছেন না। 15 লাখ কোথায় থেকে পাবে? আর এখানে বলছেন কি আসুন ABF Aspiration Bengal, কি Aspiration Bengal? What Bengal thinks today or tomorrow, এটা মন্ত্রী মশাই বললেন এটাই। What Bengal thinks today is that government does not have 15 lakh rupees, and the same feeling will come to other states after 5 years. এই জন্য we have to be practical. Industrial linkage is very important. এই যে আপনারা নাবার্ডের উপরে ওভার ডিপেন্ডেন্স করছেন, আমি আপনাদেরকে সাবধান করে দিলাম ওখানে বসে কিছু রিসার্চ করেন তাহলে ভুলে যাব। Demonstration and dissemination centers. Why can't this happen? ওই যে বলছে অর্কিড নিয়ে বলছিল ওই মংপু থেকে একটা ছেলে অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্ট ডাইরেক্টর কি আছে তোমাদের, ভালো ছেলে, আমি জানি হর্টিকালচার ডিপার্টমেন্টে ভালো ভালো ছেলে আছে, কিন্তু ওদেরকে কাছে টাকা নেই। অ্যান্ড 25,000 টাকাও যদি চায় না গভর্নমেন্ট কাছ থেকে, প্রথম প্রশ্ন হবে যে আন্ডার উইচ স্কিম আর ইউ আস্কিং ফর দিস মানি? There is no such scheme. If the money is given, then it has to undergo this test, that test. তো জীবনে পাবে না। তার থেকে ভালো আমি একটা ফোন করবো, দুটো মারবাড়িকে বলো 50,000 টাকা দিয়ে দেবো। That's much easier. But I am not undermining the role of government. I am not saying government is not required. But over dependence on government for doing a commercial activity is not a very good thing to go ahead with. কমার্শিয়াল অ্যাক্টিভিটির জন্য প্রাইভেট এন্টারপ্রাইজেরই মূল্য আছে, এটার জন্য গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে যাওয়ার দরকার। আরে উনি যে বলছেন পোলট্রি ওটা গভর্নমেন্ট অ্যান্ড নাবার্ড, দ্যাটস এ গুড কানেকশন, বাট নাবার্ড অ্যান্ড এন্টারপ্রেনিওর আই ডোন্ট থিঙ্ক ইজ এ ভেরি গুড কানেকশন। অর্কিড প্লান্টেশন আপনারা জানেন নদিয়াতে হয়, নর্থ 24 পরগনা হয়। দে হ্যাভ নাও ডেভেলপড ট্রপিক্যাল অর্কিডস। আমার বাড়িতে ইন মাই হাউস আই লিভ ইন near Park Street. And they grow throughout the year. এমন ছেলে আছে আমার কাছে, the largest orchid grower of North Bengal. প্রশান্ত তো তুমি জানতে হবে না, 4 বছর আগে আমার কাছে এসেছিল, 2014-15, I don't remember, 16-17 এসেছিল। He met me 2 years back He said to me, স্যার আপনার সঙ্গে দেখা করার খুব ইচ্ছে ছিল, তবে আপনি গালাগাল না দিলে আমি বড় হই না। কী হলো, আমি তো বলে গেছি ভাই। বললো আমি এসেছিলাম এই 2 লক্ষ টাকা চাই। আপনি বললাম 1 টাকা দেবো না তোমাকে, গভর্নমেন্ট উপরে ডিপেন্ড করবে, বিজনেস করতে পারবে, রিসার্চ জন্য করবো, কানেকশন জন্য করবো, স্ট্যাচুটরি ক্লিয়ারেন্সের জন্য। All these things government is essentially at your service. I mean, the people who serve in government are also equally interested in promotion of industry in Bengal. কিন্তু ওদের একটা লিমিটেশন আছে। আর ওই ছেলেটি ঘুরে ঘুরে 2-4 জনের সঙ্গে কানেক্ট করে দিলাম। He is the largest orchid manufacturer in India. And if that is what he claims, even if he is not the largest, then he will be one of the top 5. Top
Fairly large. Fairly large.
Yes. And he had no idea of what is orchid and what is orchid plantation. বলো আমি শুনেছি কালিম্পংয়ের ছেলে ওখানে খুব হয় অর্কিড, আমিও করবো। আমি করবো, কোথা থেকে জানবো? আমি বলে ঘুরো। কে বলবে? আমি বলে ইন্টারনেটে যাও। তো কে পয়সা দেবে? আমি বলে যাও, প্রত্যেকটা দরজা নক করো, প্রধান টাকা পেয়ে যাবে। অ্যান্ড লুক অ্যাট হিম। আর আমরা স্পুন ফিট যদি করি, এসো আমি বুঝিয়ে দেবো কোন দিকে থার্মোস্টার ঢুকবে আর কোন দিকে ভাইব্রেটার বেরোবে, জীবনে করতে পারবে না। এরকম এন্টারপ্রেনার দরকার নেই। ওর থেকে ভালো বলে পড়াশোনা করে প্রফেসর হয়ে যায়, বিকজ জ্ঞান নেওয়া থেকে ইজি কাজ আর কিছু নেই। তো প্রফেসর হয়ে যাও, জ্ঞান নাও। কিন্তু এন্টারপ্রেনার যদি হতে হয়, যদি মাসের শেষে ভাবতে হয়, if I don't have enough money in my account to pay 18 staff who are working for me, তখন দেখবেন যে ব্যথা হয়। সে ব্যথা ভালো মাছ মাংস না খেলে হয় না। ইউ আর মিসিং আউট অন ইলিশ, নতুন মার্কেটে নেমেছে, পেট খারাপ আছে, একটু ব্যথা হয়। কিন্তু তার থেকে অনেক গুণ বেশি হচ্ছে লুক অ্যাট দ্য এন্টারপ্রেনিয়রস টেনশন এন্ড স্ট্রেস। হি ইজ এ জব ক্রিয়েটার and he or she has created the job and then has to look after the business, ensure that the business grows, and also ensure that he has enough money at the end of the day to pay. So look at this entrepreneurship development. আপনারা যে ভালো ভালো স্কিম বলেন, কেউ প্রশ্ন করেছিল এখানে অডিয়েন্সে কি আপনার অনলাইনে, this basic concept of a project report. Why can't ABF through your network develop multiple project reports? Half acre orchid plantation, 1 acre orchid plantation, giving some indication of the market, giving some indication of the technology, giving some indication of the backward linkages, and also looking at it. I mean, somebody like Calcutta Innovation Incubation Center and all, IAM, they can help you. Make it a project which looks like a bankable project. And there should be a shelf of projects on your site which people can visit, see, and actually take direct benefit from. And then I don't think there is much that I need to say. I can only say that I did not expect ABF to travel so much of distance in such a short time. I was expecting that initial enthusiasm আছে, আমরা বলি আমাদের ভাষায় শ্মশানের ভৈরব, এবার এটাই জীবন, সব তো পুড়ে ছাই, বাড়ি গিয়ে সব ভুলে যায়। আমি ভাবলাম আমার ঘরে এসে এরা খুব বড় বড় কথা বলছে, পরে দেখলাম না না, সুব্রত নতুন ছেলে যুক্ত আছে, ভালো এরা অ্যাক্টিভ আছে। I congratulate you for having traversed the journey so far. There was this focus on industry and university and industry and academic institution linkage in my very first large meeting which I did with you guys, and you have been successful in getting about 10-15 institutions on board, which is very good. But university সঙ্গে একই problem আছে, they also need small টাকা। যেদিন উনি ভেবেছেন যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের প্রফেসর মশাই আজকে গিয়ে চ্যান্সেলরকে বলবো যে আমার এই 2 কোটি টাকা না দিলে প্রজেক্টটা বসে যাবে, অনেক কষ্ট করে দিয়ে এনেছি আর টানা যাচ্ছে না। সেই দিনের সকালবেলা উনি আনন্দবাজারে পড়লেন যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের কুলপতি উপকুলপতি কি হয়, ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ask for more money from government. আর আপনি আপনার মানে কোনো সাহসী থাকলো না আমার কাছে গিয়ে টাকা চাওয়া। So industry in most of the countries that I have seen, whether it is Taiwan or Japan or whether it is US, most of the research in academic world is conducted, is financed by the institute. It's not financed by the government. It's very difficult. Government has so much to give, so much to do. মানে একটা সুব্রত গুপ্তা প্রপোজাল দেবেন কি আমি একটা এক্সপেরিমেন্ট করতে চাই, তখন প্রথম আমি যদি ওনার বস থাকবে বলো কি এক্সপেরিমেন্ট এখন করছো ভাই, এখন তো ক্রাইসিস ম্যানেজমেন্ট চলছে, এই জন্য ট্রাই টু ব্রিং academia and industry closer, do things, and today I am sure a lot of good things have come out. এদেরকে একটা এমন জায়গায় নিয়ে যান যেখানে সাধারণ মানুষ উপকৃত হতে পারে, আর ছোটোখাটো প্রপোজাল একটা ল্যাব, একটা মেশিন, এটা তোমরা করে দেওয়া হয়, ঠিক আছে? And if you have a problem offline, I will deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a very illuminating talk. A little bit of reprimand, which is very well taken, and we deserve that. And also giving us a very clear direction in your inimicable way and in a very, very succinct way. The message sticks, sir. The way you speak and the way you communicate, we can learn from it. And of course, the content was also rich. So before, as Rajiva sir said, that I should be speaking last and the minimum. So I give the floor to Riva ma'am. She is online.
Oh, Riva.
So ma'am, if you are there, a few minutes from your side, from the international perspective.
Riva, acho.
Ma'am, can you hear us? Can you speak, ma'am? You have to unmute.
You have to allow her.
You have to allow.
You have to admit her. Allow her.
Yes, we can hear you.
Honorable Minister, other dignitaries present, and what a pleasure it is to see my batchmate Rajiva Sinha and hear his wise words. I'm absolutely delighted to be to join all of you in this event. I think the initiative taken by Aspiration Bengal Foundation is an excellent one. I have myself in my career in the foreign service interacted with IIT alumni in many parts of the world, and I think they do excellent work in terms of connecting businesses and innovators from abroad to state governments and to their own constituencies here. And the initiative taken by ABF as an alumni from Kharagpur to both help the government in coming up with policy and in implementation, and with special focus on food processing, is an excellent one. I also heard some of the presentations which were made before our session started, and I was quite fascinated, though they were very technical in nature. But it gave me an inkling and a sort of sense of what innovators, what universities are looking for. In my career, I have had several. I've had the pleasure and also the honor of visiting the campuses of many universities, which work very closely with industry. And you would have heard about the State University of New York, which is known as SUNY. More than 20% of all innovation in New York State is coming out of that university. The university has a foundation, the Research Foundation, which invests almost more than 900 million a year on research and funding. And this is all a collaboration of private sector and university. Basically, the model is that students are helped by the university and industry in commercializing the knowledge which is growing out of these universities. This adds value to the economy, obviously, and this is really this impacts the entire economy and is a good model to work on. The other example I have seen, and some of you may have also visited, is the Wageningen University in the Netherlands. It's one of the world's best agricultural universities. It's more than 100 years old, and it works very closely with industry. Wageningen University again, funds a lot of. They have something called multi-tenant building. They have shared research facilities which students use. The government basically, as Rajiva just said, that industry needs to fund research, and governments cannot do it. And I think that's really a very valid point. But government has a role to play in creating the framework, the architecture within which industry and universities can work. And there are plenty of such examples all over the world. And it is not something you have to really invent or look for. The frameworks are available, and these have worked very well. And myself seen amazing research which is done in some of these universities. This in the long run, this becomes stimulators of innovation, and we all know that to grow economically, innovation is extremely key. And one thing which West Bengal really has is abundant talent, abundant intelligence, and I think West Bengal can certainly do it with a little help from a very good network of people like the Alumni Association of IIT Kharagpur. I thank you all for inviting me, and I think this is a great initiative, and you should look at the global example which exists of university industry linkages and how this can work in stimulating innovation and also giving encouragement to students to work harder to come up with solutions which impact communities and which impact economies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for agreeing to be with us today. And of course, I know that you have said that your help and counseling will be available to us whenever we need it, even in the longer term. Outreach through the international network, and Riva ma'am is very well connected because of her career in the foreign service. So she is one of our well-wishers, and she will continue to be in our mentoring council. So I just take 2-3 minutes at the end to make a short presentation on what we believe can be. And of course, this presentation will undergo a little bit of change as suggested by Rajiva sir, but I don't have the time to make that change now. It will be done. Next slide, please. Yes, so the last year what we had is that we started in September, October, and the core group is IIT Kharagpur Alumni Group. Of course, we can work with many other organizations, many other institutes, but that is the core. And the main objective was to facilitate the socio-economic development of Bengal. We launched 2 initiatives, as you would see in 3 and 4, on which it has been a 1-year journey. And as we said, sir, as you have also said, that it has not been just a think tank. Whatever we started off, today we have concluded. Yes, we have overshot time, but we have concluded in some form or the other. So it is something that we have achieved at the end of 2022, what we had started out at the beginning of the year. Both in terms of the presentation and in the later on we will actually have a release of a food processing policy sectoral policy approach paper, which will be released at a later session during the day or during the evening, and the university industry linkage program you have already seen. Next slide, please. Now, where do we see? This is a very honest assessment for us. So, ABF, what are the strengths? We have 2 strengths, and with the Honorable Minister on stage, we say that we are a unique initiative, sir, to harness the social capital amongst us alumni, which was there 35 years, 40 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, whatever, across the batches. We have been able to transform that into something tangible, which is a public welfare measure. We are working for that. It is a rare example. We have not found a precedent, sir, across India or even across the world, that an alumni network getting together to work for a public welfare for the host state. So this is something unique. Number two, we are well positioned, and this is not to chest thump, but to actually say that we have the ability to fulfill a void that can be a credible, non-partisan, apolitical think tank. And we also have the ability to walk the talk in mobilizing, in actually giving technical expertise, in actually raising finances, and we can do it collectively through the help of our network. We bring a plethora of examples, competencies, and expertise within us. And the third thing is also a word of caution for all of us. As Rajiv sir said that it has been 1 year we have done it, but 1 year is not a year if you are looking at it. So yes, there is initial euphoria. Yes, we are conservative, but it is a journey ahead of us. We are not talking about one destination here or another destination here. It's a journey, and it is about forging partnerships. It is about balancing the non-partisan interests, and there will be partisan interests as we go along. And at the same time, manage the expectations by delivering consistently on high outputs. The more we set the expectation of delivering this conclave to the next conclave, people will expect more. So that is on us within ABF to deliver to that level of standards which we set for ourselves. Next slide, please. I conclude by saying that what do we think of 2022 and onward? First is to galvanize the IIT Kharagpur alumni network. We have a lot of people good wish, but is it? It is a minuscule part of the entire alumni network that we have. Even if we can galvanize the IIT Kharagpur alumni network within Bengal and outside, work with government, industry and civil society, we would have achieved something. This itself is a powerful network. We haven't tapped it in any meaningful way so far. Second, we focus on a few substantive initiatives. We have already started on two, which is promoting West Bengal as an investment destination, and it can be in sectoral approach, whether it is agri-tech, whether it is in other green tech, or it could be in biotech tomorrow, as sir has said. We already have a plan on biotech, sir. Now, second is to widen and deepen the university industry linkage program, which we have already started, whether it is through mobilization or something like that. We don't hit and then scoot. We take one, next year we are looking at another. No, it has to be some amount of embeddedness and a longer term vision has to be put in. And three, we will be open to more ideas. More ideas will come, which is there. We will evaluate them, we will shortlist them, and we will support them. But it is a longer term, committed, more substantive work has to happen. And we cannot be best of all. We cannot be master of all. At best we can become jacks, but we don't intend to become jacks. Let us be master of a few things and contribute in a meaningful way. With this I stop and I any questions for the Honorable Minister, press is here or any other, otherwise we'll close the session and we'll move to the national panel discussion. Any hands, any show of hands, any questions? No. So with your permission, sir, with Rajiv Sinha's permission, sir, and with Dr. Gupta, your permission, you will be speaking at a later point, so I am not given the stage, sir. So please excuse me for that. And we close this session as of now. Biplab, over to you.
Just open up course. So I guess it was like now United Singapore is because I from that's all right. Had a lot of talks. It's not bad. Extremely I invested a lot in this car, so now I'm out by one of
Well, friends, let's get going. We are behind schedule. Can we get going, please?
Friends, we have colleagues and friends, excuse me. Colleagues and friends, excuse me. We have to get the next panel discussion going because some of our online speakers they would be leaving. So a request to all of you to please take the seat.
So friends, we will now begin our next session, which is about promoting West Bengal as an investment destination from the national perspective. Can we have the house in order, please? All of you who are all about the place, can you take your seats, please? Yes. May I request the Anjan Dev Ghosh, National Focal Point of Aspiration Bengal Foundation, to moderate this session. Anjan is an engineer from IIT Kharagpur and has an MBA from IIM Kolkata. He was previously the Executive Vice President and Chief Rating Officer at ICRA, a subsidiary of Moody's Investors Services. Currently, he is a visiting professor of finance at IIT Jodhpur and NMIMS Mumbai. Anjot will introduce the other panelists of this session. May I welcome Sri Neelkant Mishra. Are you here? Sri Neelkant Mishra is Managing Director in Credit Suisse Securities Research and co-head of Asia Pacific Strategy and India Equity Strategist. Neelkant Mishra, will you come up please?
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Neelkant is online. Okay, hi. Sri Rajoshi Banerjee, President, Seafood Exporters Association of India, West Bengal, member of the Marine Products Export Development Authority and member of the West Bengal Investment Promotion Board. Sri Angshuman Bhattacharya, founder and Chief Executive Officer, Sibia Analytics. Angshuman is here. Where's Angshuman? Must be having his coffee. I'm sure he's going to join us on stage. And finally, old friend Dr. Shanku Bose, Group Chief Executive Officer, Techno India Group. Okay, now, Anjan, would you take it forward, please? Thanks.
Good evening, everyone, and once again, warm welcome from ABF to all the participants and all the panelists. Warm welcome.
The mic is not working. Take the other one.
Yeah, so good evening everyone and warm welcome from ABF once again to all the participants and the panelists for having spared the valuable time right in the middle of the festive season. We have with us three successful professionals and entrepreneurs who are based in Calcutta. And but before we go to them and I introduce them formally, I'd like to welcome Neelkant Mishra, who has dialed in from Mumbai. He is in a hurry to leave, so I'll hand it over to Neelkant. Neelkant is the co-head Asia Pacific Strategy and Managing Director India Research at Credit Suisse. He is also a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, and he is one of the few financial analysts who looks at state governments and state government finances very closely. He is a computer science graduate from IIT Kanpur and a recipient of the Director's Gold Medal. I have requested him to make a brief presentation on three areas. One is the importance of the states in the overall economic development. Second would be what are some of the steps which the state governments are taking and can take to perhaps attract investment. So since you are in a hurry to leave without any further delay, over to you.
Thank you, Ananda, for inviting me to speak here, and I must congratulate ABF for doing such an excellent job. If it is okay, I will share the slides myself. Hope you can see them now.
Yeah, sure.
And I will, yeah, thank you. So, let me start with the way the Constitution defines work, right? And I have been a firm believer that I've been a firm believer that the Indian government is mostly important at a state level. So if you see this,
You could have lost him. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. So, yeah, so if you see this slide now, you can see the division of responsibility. Most of the things that matter to governments are responsibilities of state governments. So you can see, land, labor, environmental regulations, last mile cost of energy, road infrastructure, everything is actually the responsibility of the state government. And therefore, the states that are more active tend to outperform. And I must say that the central government is running out of ideas on how to reform by stealth. So take the example of RERA. There have been other more controversial laws which the central government has tried to pass, which are actually in the state government domain. So like think about RERA, is a Real Estate Regulation Act, but states need to take a more proactive stance and fully utilize the constitutional powers vested in them to actually drive reform. And the reason for this is very clear, right? That in India, we tend to forget the sixth of humanity when we start comparing ourselves to a Singapore or even a Taiwan or even a Vietnam. Vietnam's population is comparable to that of West Bengal, so it's a very appropriate sizing issue. And you can see how change at the level of Vietnam is driving massive change and what the opportunities can be for a state like West Bengal as well. So the issue is not lack of talent, which I did manage to hear the speaker before me. I think West Bengal is full of talent. It has had a glorious history. It shows that it is very capable. It has the entrepreneurs, it has the skill sets to drive economic growth and become a leader all again. But those changes need to happen. And the reason why the constitution is structured like this is that there is massive variation. So there are states where the average age is too high, there are states where the average age is too low. The level of urbanization is very different. You can see West Bengal is more urban of Indian states. The variation in wages, which is the third map, again, you can see there is so much diversity, and which is why states are that important. If you look forward 25 years, like as the Prime Minister calls it, the 100th Kal, from the 75th to the 100th year of independence, and think about what a state needs to do to be prepared to grow massively during this period. The important lesson here is to take the left-hand side chart, right? So by 2027-28, the GDP of West Bengal will be comparable to that of Vietnam. The question to ask is Vietnam, is the state being run like Vietnam is? That there is an energy policy, there is FDI policy, there is a trade policy, there is a skilling issue, there is a skilling department. What is fascinating about Vietnam is that female labor force employment participation in Vietnam is bigger and better than even China. And they run their schools for 9 hours so that women can drop their kids to school, work in a factory, come back and pick them up, so they don't need to spend on childcare. And there are so many things that can happen. So it's not just that Vietnam's population is comparable to West Bengal, but in 5 years' time, West Bengal's GDP will be comparable to that of Vietnam. And if it has to grow for the next 20-25 years, what are the changes? So this is, do they have an economic planning department? I mean, what is actually calling for me is that we have, economies which are so much larger and there is absolutely no planning that happens at the state level. The next important thing is tier 3 devolution. So what you see is that the district-wise plans. So if you see the left-hand side chart, the way to read it is that the weakest districts in the richest states are poorer than many of the districts in the poorer states like Bihar and UP. So the diversity of per capita GDP, or what we call GDP, gross district domestic product, is substantial. And what is required, given that many of our districts are larger than provinces in many countries, that districts should have more independence. And just as there is now a very vibrant debate over the last decade of how much power the state should have, the 14th Finance Commission triggered that debate. That debate has continued. It's a healthy debate. Similarly, at the state level, why don't we have state finance commissions? Many states haven't had state finance commissions for many, many years. And therefore, if you don't delegate powers to districts, you don't make them participants, owners in the growth story, it's going to be very challenging. What you can find, what you see, is that 5 Chinese provinces account for 70% of the goods exports, and this means states. So there is in other countries also very strong evidence that different states, within provinces, districts can drive significant change. And this is not just national service, right? So what you see is that in the left-hand side chart, is that states with higher per capita GSDP actually have much more revenue. They are less reliant on central transfers. And therefore, their fiscal health, their ability to deal with education and health-related issues, social factors. In general, I think for politics, it's very important to have discretionary expenditure. If a very large part of your spending goes into interest costs and salaries and pensions, it becomes very hard to actually drive development expenditure. So reforms driving growth is actually very good for governance, it's very good for politics as well. So what are the challenges? The first and the most important challenge is urbanization. And what you see on the left-hand side chart is that India will have, in the next 5 years, more than 100 million plus cities. Cities are to be ranked the one atrociously. And the best way to manage this is to run or give them more power. This is something that is I mean, I'm not the first person to say this. The 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Constitution, almost 30 years back, 3 decades since that thing was passed, but we haven't seen much progress. But that does not mean it's not important. And as this group here, the audience here, is deliberating on what are the major changes, I think these are the kind of structural changes which actually can be transformative if you're thinking of growth over the next several decades. The second is power distribution reforms, and this is politically a very sensitive subject. What you see on the left-hand side chart is household electricity costs, so dollars per kilowatt hour. You can see that India's household electricity costs are among the lowest in the world. We don't have as big a sample for industrial costs, but see on the right-hand side chart, compared to many of the countries that we actually compete with, our industrial electricity costs are among the highest in the world. Now, this is it seems like a administrative issue, which is actually at its core and heart, it is a political issue. Should it be should we give free power to people, or give them a job so that they can pay for the power at what are market rates? So this is a very deep political challenge, but there are many types of industries in India which are not able to flourish because of this distortion. And this can create jobs, it can create, and this will actually provide the money that people need to pay for the power that they need. The third is regulations. The folks at Team Leads have done a very phenomenal compilation of regulations, and you can see in the right-hand side chart number of criminal clauses for businesses. I think trusting business people, there is always going to be greed, there is always going to be excess, there is always going to be inequality, but I think entrepreneurial spirit and need to drive change, I think it comes mostly from private businesses where there is incentive, and actually criminalizing some of these clauses is a deterrent. This is not something that will change investment climate in 6 months, but I think over a period of time, this is one of the most important issues. Just for perspective, and I mentioned this in the slide as well, the role of multinationals. In fact, what we have discussed, some of the earlier speakers talked about how I think the state has all the inputs that it needs to grow. But I think what the states in India do not have, the country as a whole does not have, is capital. Just for perspective, if a state like UP has to quadruple its GDP, which is what it's aspiring to do, from $250 billion to $1 trillion, it needs to add $750 billion of GDP at an ICOR, the capital input output ratio. It will need $3 to $4 trillion of investment Neither does the state have that money, nor does the center have that money. And I think West Bengal or every Indian state will have the same challenge. And so governments need to be facilitators. They need to be enablers, and therefore, and working with multinationals. You can see, even for China, more than 40% of China's exports, goods exports, come from multinationals. In fact, I would say 80-90% of Vietnam's exports come from multinationals, which are using the country as more for tolling, right? Tolling meaning they send the raw materials, they get back the finished product, and they export it out. There are many such examples that we can find out, and the more we solicit, the more we give comfort. In fact, when I talk to consulting companies, there's a lot of interest in manufacturing in India, but most of these companies are absolutely scared, and the reason for that is the right-hand side chart here, that they do not want to expose their own managers. So they want to have other companies to whom they are willing to give capex or upfront advances so that they can do the capex, but they do not want to own their own factories because they're scared of Indian regulations of their managers will be jailed or being threatened with jail. So I think easing all of these things is going to be very, very important. The opportunities are, of course, in real estate and housing. I think, again, urban reform matters a lot here. This is one of those classic, no large subcontinental economy can grow without reforming, growing its real estate sector. You can see on the left-hand side chart how bad this sector has been over the last decade or so. Thankfully, it's surviving, but if we can change, reform, and ease the process of getting approval so that the time period from planning to execution or to delivery of a house is reduced, the growth in the real estate sector can be more volume driven and less price driven and less volatile. This is a very important aspect of the state government reform. Second is tourism. I think West Bengal has glorious history. It's a beautiful area where people would want to go. There are, so all the famous tourist destinations like Bali, Karakoram, Sharm el Sheikh, all of them were planned, and I think it's possible for states to identify areas which can attract and should be of strong interest to tourists, and this is one of the biggest job creators that we should think of. And the third, there are several I have in this list, I've curtailed it in the interest of time, but the most important is garments. This is a sector where, again, there is no shortage of skilled artisans in the state. There is a lot of further market share. So we should be disappointed. I think it's almost a criminal neglect if we've seen that as China has ceded share to other countries, India has been mostly left out of it. But as you can see from the left-hand side chart, there is still $50-60 billion or more of share loss that China will go through. And we need to be active and grab that with both hands. In fact, a lot of the proposed reforms at the central level have been trying several things which just don't seem to work. I think state governments may have a bigger role to play in working with local entrepreneurs and trying to attract this business. And of course the IT hubs, right? So if India has to go from 5 million engineers in 2022 to 10 million engineers in 2032, and see 75% of the workers are in 4 cities, I think it will be very hard to double the cities of Bangalore or Hyderabad. I think Kolkata or many other West Bengal state cities can be created as hubs which can then attract and absorb some of this new investment. So with that, I'll stop here. These were sort of challenges and opportunities as well as why these states. So I'll stop sharing right now. My apologies. I don't know if I'll be able to stay behind for questions, but I will try to be around if there are any questions towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. And so we now turn to the panelist here on my left. Is Rajesh Banerjee. He is apart from running his own seafood company, Rajasthan Seafoods Private Limited. He is also the president of the Seafood Exporters Association of India, and is also a member of the West Bengal Investment Promotion Board, and is considered to be an authority on aquaculture and seafood processing. So Rajesh, I happened to listen to one of your interviews, which is available on YouTube, and what I really liked is the type of potential which this entire industry has in terms of spawning what you said is micro entrepreneurs over a range of activities, across the value chain. At the same time, you also said that in terms of brackish water availability, like West Bengal is much larger than Andhra Pradesh, but the output in West Bengal is much lower than Andhra Pradesh. So if you could briefly talk about your own experience in scaling up these businesses, what are the challenges you have faced, and what are the specific actionables from the state government and other stakeholders in terms of further improving the potential for this particular product exports.
Thank you, Anjun. Yeah, as Anjun said, that I actually wear three hats. One is being the entrepreneur in Bengal for the last 30 years, and I'm presently the president of the Seafood Exporters Association of India in the West Bengal region. So I drive the export growth of marine products from West Bengal. Secondly, I'm the board member of Marine Product Export Development Authority, which strategizes and formulates the export strategies of India in terms of marine products, which is now the fourth largest product exported out of India. And thirdly, our Honorable Chief Minister has inducted me in 2022 in the West Bengal Investment Promotion Board. So it's my responsibility to identify and help entrepreneurs and investors to come into Bengal and to streamline their implementation of projects in Bengal as far as practicable. So these are the three responsibilities. Coming to the seafood industry, firstly, the export sector, you have to understand, has grown from $1 billion per annum 9 years ago, to $8 billion now. So the industry has grown by $1 billion each year for the last 8 years. And West Bengal's exports are approximately at 10,000 crores right now. West Bengal has also grown along with the rest of India, but not to the extent that we would have liked it to grow. Having said that, West Bengal has got immense potential. In fact, the largest potential out of all sources of all states of India in terms of culture of inland fish as well as brackish water aquaculture, associated with the processing for exportable varieties as well as marketing of the domestic products. No other Indian state is actually topographically blessed with such diversified fisheries resource as West Bengal. Now, we have brackish water area of between 3 and 4 lakh hectares, whereas Andhra Pradesh has got 1.5 lakh hectares. With 1.5 lakh hectares, they have utilized about more than 80%, close to 90% of their potential, and they are producing 6 lakh tons of brackish water product. Whereas West Bengal, having 3 to 4 lakh hectares, which is more than double of what they've got, they're producing about 1 lakh hectares. Now, what are the issues here? The issues are our requests to the government is number one, aquaculture should actually be treated at par with agriculture in West Bengal, so that the power tariff and other benefits available to the agriculturists are also equally available to aquaculturists. If you look upon the two activities, it's essentially the same. The farmer actually works under open sky and exposed to the elements in order to produce his crop, which is then processed or semi-processed and sold to the market or to a trader. Now, aquaculture farming in Bengal has grown, however, it's unregulated. Farmers will go to aquaculture. They will deviate from agriculture for the simple reason that aqua farming produces approximately 5 to 6 times the return of what the farmer would get from agriculture. Now, if you give the option of doing aquaculture or agriculture to a farmer, in the event that a person earns 5 to 6 times more, you cannot stop him, preclude him from converting his land use from agriculture to aquaculture. So resultantly, land is being converted from agricultural use to aquacultural use. However, the conversion of the land in most cases is happening in an unregulated way. So the message, the request, the pleadings to the government of West Bengal, which we have made as an industry, is to actually legalize the land conversion process, and government has taken positive steps towards it. It's underway. Directives have gone out from the government of West Bengal to legalize the land conversion process so that traceability can be established. So this is number 2. And number 3 is that the use of the inputs, the use of antibiotics in prawns and other brackish water products has been ruining this industry across the world. So we need to regulate that, towards which also the government of West Bengal has taken a very positive step in terms of passing an antibiotic ban order in the recent past, which has been communicated to the districts, and task force have been formed to implement it at the grassroots level. Now, what is the output of all this? The output of all this is that the employment in this sector in West Bengal alone can go up to 15 to 20 lakh heads. So 15 to 20 lakh farmers, you can understand if you take into an average family size of a farmer, what kind of livelihood support that would provide. Secondly, the marketability of the product, of this particular product, is a relatively easier job compared to many other national producers. Because the industry, once the production is done and it is passed on to people who export it or people who market it domestically, the industry is relatively regulated at that end, in that subsector. So more production does not mean wastage, as it happens in agriculture or horticulture produce, which happens across India. The amount of fish which gets spoiled is far less in percentage compared to agriculture and horticulture produce. As for I will just briefly list out the opportunities in this sector as bullet points. First, yeah, sure. No, that's fine. So essentially, these are things which we've asked for from the West Bengal government, and the government is supporting. It is not difficult to implement these projects. This is not rocket science. So investors are welcome to invest in West Bengal in the sector, and government of West Bengal is here to support them, and we as a part of the West Bengal Investment Promotion Board is also available for your handholding. Thank you.
Thank you, we now come to Dr. Shanku Bose. He is the Group CEO of Techno India Group, which runs one of the largest chains of private educational institutions, medical institutions, etc. across the state. And I understand the total student enrollment as on date is 1,50,000, and I never knew that number. The same set of questions to begin with. What has been your experience in terms of scaling up, availability of faculty, availability of support from the West Bengal government? And also one specific question is, despite availability of so much skilled manpower, I mean in terms of availability of such high quality education institutions like the IITs, IIMs, IISc, JU, etc. Why can't Calcutta or West Bengal develop more in the service sector compared to what we have seen in other parts of the country?
It's a very good question. So, what I would like to share, my personal experience. Okay, so I am probably one of the fortunate guys. I had an opportunity to work more than 30 countries as a management consultant. Worked as a top big 5 management consultant across every continent you name it, and I traveled around 115 countries myself. Then in the 2016, so after a significant amount of time in the United States and Europe and all, I put a stop on myself, on my greed. I said, this is a high time that I should go back to India. The first opportunity that I got, I joined JK Group as CEO, and I was based out of Kanpur and Delhi and all. And with the JK Group also, since they have the candidate exposure, so obviously I was traveling around the different states and all. Then when my term got ended in 2020, just before the Corona. So just before the Corona, then I joined Techno India Group. Instead of joining the Techno India Group, the owner, Mr. Shottam Rai Chaudhary, so we are a good friend for the last 25 years. So, and this is the first time because I'm in a research in mind, so I'm still exploring that why West Bengal fail to attract the investor, because it's my personal experience and what I'm sharing with, and I'm neither I'm spokesperson of government or not anybody to please, because I'm not in that journey anymore. It's all my personal experience. I feel this is the place where I feel like the day when I went to the Germany or the day I went to the United States, the way the acceptance was there, the same acceptance I got it in the States. Though I'm not from Kolkata, I never done any schooling in Kolkata. I'm from a small rural village, and majority of my school is in Delhi and then abroad and all those things. So I got in the first thing is then somebody has accepted me. Then probably in this, you know, that the family own business has a different operating system than the corporate business. Okay, so within 3 years, so I think I established myself well among the employee and all. So this state has everything. You know, you talk about the law and order. It's not that I belong to a certain group that I get any benefits and paper, nothing. I did not approach anybody for anything, whatever the settlement, because I got my new house, I got everything done on my own without approaching anybody for any permission. Same thing happens with our business. So in our business, so we have a business footprint in almost every district of West Bengal. And 35% of my business comes from the North Bengal. And that to the far interior of Kolkata, Kolkata and all. And since we are in education business, so majority of our students are the first generation linguistic people. And I do see the aspiration, I do see the eagerness to work for the people. But I think, what I feel, that I'm still exploring, I should not conclude, but I think our regional media is very interested to spread iota of negativity round the clock, round the clock, and round the clock. That is my conclusion. And same thing with all the regional, whether the print media or we also own the print media, and we are trying to change that. So, the digital media also, they hardly anything highlight of that. That why not? I think the portal administration and a lot of people, our administration people are. I think the one thing we can focus on that, perception building, perception marketing, okay? And the brand building of the state, and having an open, candid discussion of the media house. What is the team? You are যারা বাঙালি কালিদাসের মতো নিজের পাটা নিজেই কাটছো। দেশটাকে কি নেই আপনি বলুন, যেমন আমি আমার ব্যাঙ্গালোরে বাড়ি আছে, ঠিক আছে? When I go to the Bangalore, crossing from the airport to the 2 hours লাগে। এখানে এর abandon of water আছে, administration আছে, law and way better. আমি ছেলে বলে না, যে কোনো লোকে আমাদের প্রচুর ফিমেল এমপ্লয়ি আছে, এত হসপিটাল আছে, তাদের নাইট ডিউটি করে বাড়ি যাচ্ছে। আর স্ট্রে ইনসিডেন্ট সব জায়গায় হয়, আমেরিকাতে হচ্ছে না, every day there's a shooting order. But I think that the major problem here about the Bengalis are DNA, our DNA is a self-critic. We always look at that, oh, এই নেই, আছে কি সেটাকে আমরা অ্যাপ্রিশিয়েটই করি না। I think as a community, my expectation from the aspiration of Bengal, forget about the money. Money will come automatically, as Rajiv was saying. Money is not an issue. If you have an idea, if you have a place, the money will come. That's not it. I think the time has come for the Bengal, whoever the people are, the perception building and the brand marketing, and there are enough business. Business doesn't mean you have to be a big factory. There are, why can't you have a tourism business? Bengal is a white water wrapped into the Royal Bengal tiger. To hide that. So with that, I think this is the place to do that. The time has come to rethink that how we market ourselves. I think that is the one part we are lacking.
Thank you. We now turn to Angshuman. Angshuman is the founder and CEO of CBA Analytics Consulting. It is
we have Vinit amongst us, Vinit Goel, who is the Commissioner of Kolkata Police. We just want to give him a bouquet of flowers as a token of appreciation for what is going on. But then we will continue. Just us.
Okay.
Yeah, so carrying on, Anshuman is the founder and CEO of CBA Analytics. It's a company which caters to a lot of the top FMCG companies in India, provides services in the area of business analytics and machine learning. So same question to you, Anshuman, what is your experience? And do you agree that West Bengal's problem is more of perception than reality? I mean, reality is significantly better than the perception.
Thank you, Anjum. Thank you, ABF, for inviting me in such a esteemed program. I am probably not only the non-IIT and probably a non-engineer in the room. So I studied economics from Jadavpur. After that, I had my career primarily into analytics and machine learning for about 20 years now. Coming back to the question, like what West Bengal has and how, what is the reality versus the perception? Now, I worked in US and then in Bangalore. Before that, I also worked in Bombay, so about for 10 years. And then in 2009, I came back to Kolkata. And with Kolkata, that's the first time I was working. I remember that I left Kolkata that day I had my grand viva of my master's examination. The same day evening, I had a train to catch to go to Bombay and start a job there. I came back to Kolkata after 9 years. First, I worked with Cognizant for a couple of years, and then I worked for Wipro for about 4 years. And then in 2014, I started my own company. So I had the journey from both the sides as an employee, as a leader in building a new age business. Like for both Cognizant and Wipro, my role was to build the analytics business in both the companies. I can say that we have been fairly successful in both the companies. In 2014, when I started, during that time, we all can remember that India was going through a massive startup wave. While it was primarily centered in Bangalore, lot of technology startups are coming up in Bangalore, followed by a couple of other places. Kolkata, I would say, was nowhere in the map. I don't say that it has changed a lot by now, but at least Kolkata has been able to produce a number of good quality, at least a few good quality startups in the technology field who have been successful not only in India but also globally. Now coming to my experience working in both the places, I work for this AI/ML industry where I feel that a huge majority of talents are actually from Bengalis. I remember that when I started my career as an analyst in 2003, end of 2003 in Bangalore, about 70% of the team members were from Kolkata, and we studied together in Jadavpur or from JVS or Presidency, and who have further studied in JNU and DSE, ISI and all, and then again we meet up. So it was pretty much a Bengali consortium, you can say, for all those years. Even today, I see that the analytics talent, the data mining, data science, etc. talent are pretty much driven by the Bengalis. So, from a talent perspective, we never felt that Bengal lacks anywhere, but rather one of the reasons I started in Kolkata, apart from that I live in Kolkata and I have a natural affinity to Kolkata, was that I know that we will not go dry on our talent side. So that was number one. Where we lacked, actually, in my journey of the last 7-8 years as an entrepreneur, is that we never had a local business, a local client base. So even today, if I look at my client base, 80% would be in Mumbai and Delhi, and the rest 20% we source from the US market. So even the companies we work in Kolkata, Gigside or Imami, we see that a lot of their decision makers are actually based in Mumbai. So Kolkata, I think, or the Bengal, for our kind of business, lacks in the support of the client. The client ecosystem is not there. But apart from that, so Kolkata has always been a cost center as a delivery center for us. So that is one of the reasons you can say that Kolkata is kind of lagging. About perception, I don't know. I mean, I interact with a lot of people in my client side, in the talent acquisition side. One thing is that we always get Bengali talents. We never thought of, okay, now I have recruited someone in Bangalore, he is not willing to come to Kolkata. Such situation doesn't happen to us. Though right now we have a satellite office in Bangalore because few people are working from there. So talent or the perception I never saw, but again, sometimes over politicization of events in Kolkata or Bengal, that sometimes people talk, but I don't feel that's a deterrent. But yes, personally I feel whether the perception, as Shankuda said, I also kind of concur that the reality is not as bad as it is shown in the media or the social media. But I think we never, like in the last 8-10 years we are running our business, we never felt a disruption in work. We never saw a situation where any of the employees could not come to work. I would say that this culture of bond is no more. So why should I have any doubt on the capabilities of the Bengal as a potential hub of a delivery center in the area? Sure. Just to conclude, I mean, I actually ceased to be an entrepreneur. Our company has been acquired very recently, and the group that has acquired, we has a creating a huge AI labs business in Kolkata, which we welcome. Like a group like Adani, when they say that they are going to create an Adani AI lab whose center would be in Kolkata, I think it's a huge appreciation for the local talent itself that it can be created from Kolkata. And I think for me that's the biggest validation of the talent that we have in Kolkata.
Just one follow-up question to you before I come. Is that not too many of the large IT companies have the client base in India? You said one of the problems is the clients are not based close to Calcutta.
Right.
So essentially it's an arbitrage on cost. So what prevents these IT companies from having bigger delivery centers in Calcutta if talent availability is not a constraint?
No, it's a great question. See, I tell you, like I have worked for a couple of years in Cognizant and 4 years in Wipro, and in both the companies, they have large delivery bases in Kolkata. But what happened is that every company has their, I have seen that they have their own center of power. And the center of power is driven by the people who actually get business. So in case of Cognizant, I have seen that a lot of business doesn't go to Bangalore, but it goes to Chennai, because that's a power hub. Same for Wipro. Wipro is disproportionately high in Bangalore in terms of their people and the top clients. So I think, and who are running this, when I look at this leadership of this company, I saw a lot of Bengalis. So one challenge is definitely that the large corporates in the IT services sector, that they have not been very supportive of creating Kolkata as a delivery base. I don't know the reason really, but I never saw that any of these companies has seen any delivery disruption because being in Kolkata. That never happened.
Yeah, Rajesh, you wanted to add something?
I would just like to add 2 things from my experience. One is that, yes, this perception is a very big thing. It's a very negative thing against Bengal. And we have to understand that if you look at the last 10 years, the number of man days lost in Bengal has been absolutely minimal. If you go to somewhere like Tamil Nadu, the industrial dispute is far more high than in Bengal. But then, if you get into a conversation, a pan-India conversation with friends from other parts of India, they have this perception of, if you go to Bengal, you will face union. It's not the case anymore. I've been through the whole rigmarole for the last 30 years running an industry to go through unions and non-unions and non-interfering unions and the whole hog. So the perception is very important, 1. 2 is, if you try and set up a greenfield industry in Bengal, it's not necessarily true that the local people will come and trouble you and ask for you jobs. It's not like that. Okay, some of the local guys may say, can you give the boundary wall construction to me? But these are minor things in terms of a fair-sized industry. So the law and order is more or less under control. The government has the will for the industry to grow. The mandates for industrial dispute situation relations is under more or less control. In fact, far better control than many other states of India. So the perception like Shompu said, and the gentleman from CBA and Anshuman said as well, that the perception is actually the main hindrance. And it is not as bad. Unless you actually get into the water and wet your feet, you will keep on fearing about the water being too cold. So please do come, please do get into it. The government is willing, and the Chief Minister herself has been telling us repeatedly in her meetings with the West Bengal Industrial Promotion Board, আপনারা নিয়ে আসুন, কোনো সমস্যা হলে আমরা দেখব. The present Chief Secretary is a leader, a driver. He's been saying the same thing. So, you're welcome. It's not as bad as it seems.
I had a lot more questions. I'm sure the audience also has questions, but Partho is saying that we need to conclude now. So one last question from my side before we conclude. One of the things which Nilkan said is that fear of regulations is something which deters a lot of companies from shifting to India. So being entrepreneurs, do you agree with that? And what do you think are some of these onerous regulations? Just very quickly.
Yeah, the group that I work for, they are a first generation business house, okay? They have been there, they are in the other government, they are in this government, and we have the largest footprint in Bengal. Except the remote village, we have a footprint, or hospital, or some schools are there. And if that is the situation, we are not growing. Even during the corona time, we have grown. So I don't think that the minor issues, some wall issues, these are the very
You are saying regulation is not an issue?
No, it's not true. That's why I said it's a perception issue. I'm being an independent guy, okay? I'm a completely independent. I have all flexibility to leave Bengal even tomorrow because I'm not holding any more citizenship. I'm under the visa rule. But still I'm staying in. There's something.
So I think, sorry, we won't be able to take any questions. We have one question. Yeah.
One question exactly. I just want to my word regarding whatever you said, that first the negative perception. But I'm an entrepreneur. I'm running my offshore development center in Kolkata. So till that I have not faced any challenge. First thing. But I have seen the same thing. Then in this group, my own IT batch group, when I posted this ABF Conclave programs, people, few of them, they would say that nothing will happen here, nothing will happen here. So this negative campaign we have to stop, and we can take away this message from this complaint. This we have to stop, and strategically we should work against that.
Overcritical, yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, fine. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So thank you, Anjan and all the panelists. We are extremely happy to have you, sir, on each one of you. So with this now we move to the international panel. So international panel will be moderated by my colleague Partho Chatterjee. And this is also about promoting West Bengal as an investment destination. And Partho has been, he's been the strategy leader for the digital transformation and technology strategy for almost 30 years of experience in the US. And he currently heads the data and analytics for Shell Energy at Houston. Partho, like many of us, holds a BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Kharagpur, Masters from University of South Carolina, and he is an MBA from Texas A&M University. So Partho, the stage is yours.
Thanks a lot, everyone. My panelists are coming in. So we have, the panel is about attracting investments to Bengal. What is more important as we discuss this panel is there is a perception about Bengal. We can change the perception. We don't want to make up things which are not facts. What the goal of this panel is to understand from an international perspective for investors, what are the expectations of any investor investing in Bengal? What are the gaps? And what we plan to do is, as part of ABF, come up with the list of those gaps and work with the government, work with the right agencies and fill the gap so that the investors can come. And just like we do with a proof of concept, there will be a couple of investors, as someone gave the example, tip their toes. Shonku talked about it last time. Tip their toes, let's get that experience in, see whether those gaps have been filled. If not, let's make it better and get those gaps filled and the experience of investors here better. So with that, I will invite my fellow panelists here. We'll start with Ranjan Nondi. Ranjan, please take the stage. Ranjan has spent a significant amount of his career in establishing and managing startups and India-based businesses. Ranjan was founder and chief executive officer of Quotient Engineering, a Houston-based engineering services company providing US customers high-value technical solutions. After completing a successful merger of Quotient with Foster Wheeler, a global leader in engineering and construction industry, he ran Foster Wheeler Bengal until 2013. He is currently the managing director of Richard India, a full-service EPC firm. Past experiences include Floor Corporation, KBR, with an entrepreneurial background that includes raising funding through exit strategies and M&A. Ranjan received his bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from Jadavpur University, his MS in chemical from Rice University in Houston, and until 2019, he was a member of the executive committee of the American Chamber of Commerce and spends his time between Houston and India. Welcome, Ranjan. I'm waiting for Adrian. Is Adrian? Oh, okay. I was looking whether you're there. Adrian Platt, please take the straight. Adrian Platt is the acting US Consul General in Kolkata and the director of the American Center. Previously, Adrian had 2 tours in Erbil, Iraq, The Hague, Netherlands, New Delhi, India, Wellington, New Zealand. Before joining the State Department, Adrian spent 20 years as a reporter, editor, and publisher in newspaper industry. He attended the University of St. Andrews and the University of Georgia. Born in Glasgow, Scotland, Adrian moved to the United States in 1987. Warm welcome to the panel, Adrian. We have Bimal Patwari on Zoom. Is Bimal? Can we put him on screen?
He's not.
Is not there.
Can somebody call?
Can someone contact? So we also had Arjun Sen, but at that time we were running some late, and so he had to leave. So he has sent me some points which I will discuss. Arjun is one of the brand gurus. He has handled Tiger Woods and other famous athletes marketing. He has handled branding for IIT Kharagpur and many other organizations. Arjun will work very closely with ABF on creating the right brand for Bengal so that we can address these gaps in the perception of Bengal. Let's go ahead for the sake of time, because I want to have a really interactive discussion. So our first point, and Ranjan, let me start with you. Ranjan, you have worked and you have set up business here. What's the perception of the industrial climate? What are the gaps you have faced in Bengal setting up industry and actually running a business here? Okay. Is it working?
Hello. Firstly, apologies, Doctor, because actually I got off a flight this morning.
That's right.
And I've lost my voice. So not only are you missing a panelist, you have someone who's kind of a quarter analyst. So apologies for that. But you know, it's a broad question. Yes, I have been doing this business between specifically America, where I live, and Kolkata for 23 years now. So in terms of perception versus reality, I've never had problems. But again, I'm the space, I'm the service industry, and I'm not impacted as much by labor-related issues as, say, manufacturing sector would have. So I can only speak to my experience. And from that perspective, this is my third time around in Kolkata. First with Quotient, as you mentioned, then exiting Quotient to Foster Wheeler, which was premier EPC firms in the world. And now Foster Wheeler's, I'm with another company which is now offshoot of Foster Wheeler Management in America, and we're trying to create a big enterprise here. And I've never had problems with setup or any such issues. So I think that's not accurate. Whether it's company formation, regulations, blah blah blah. No, again, I cannot speak to manufacturing because I don't know in that area. So I don't think where I've been hearing, I've had the benefit of speaking to some of the other panelists, but I do think we have to understand that there is a problem. Okay, because I mean we can all pat ourselves in the back and say, oh, you know, it's just perception, we're great, but we're not. That is my, I'm being brutally honest. In my space alone, in engineering, but mostly engineers here. You're from IIT, I'm from GU, but I'm a chemical engineer. What's unique in a shift that I've seen since my early days of Quotient, when we were no name company, nothing, me and my friend John started it, I found it harder, easier in many ways to recruit quality talent in Kolkata than I do today. And that's been a shocking revelation. For me, especially over the last couple of years, I'm struggling. And I'll tell you why. 22 years ago, there was a lot of people from Bengal who migrated, who left for Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and other parts of India. And they were really looking for an opportunity to come back home, a good opportunity. But today, even, when we're trying to recruit Bengalis to come back to Kolkata, there is this reluctance because they feel that there isn't an alternative opportunity should things go wrong. And they're telling me, sir, I'd love to, my God, my parents are there, but you know what? What if we withdraw? Where do I go? So we have, and so luckily, we actually have my former company, which is Wood Group, now very, very large, probably one of the top 10 of the world's largest EPC companies here in Kolkata. And we have another one called World Council. But we're slowly building up to that, but it takes that start. And I, with some humility, say that there's a small company like Quotient, which actually encouraged other companies from America and Europe to say, wow, we can do this in Kolkata. It killed us, but it was good for the city. So I think talent acquisition has been a bit of a challenge in terms of scaling. So I think the gentleman here was from Cognizant. Yes, we talked about IT and tech, so much talk about that. But have we really achieved that potential we have, according to me? We're still a second or third tier. I mean, the companies will go, yeah, we go to Calcutta, but that'll be third on our list. And so there must be a reason. And the reason is it's not just doubting our great education institutions which we have. The challenge that I'm seeing is that that's limited because the real quality is still coming out of the RACs. Or let's take the ITs, and you know, Parto, 80% of you were people. So and the same thing happens to JU or Shibpur or the others. So and the private institutions here, you respect because some people from that, I'm sure they produce great people, but our experience in interviewing fresh grads from these schools below par. So those are things we need to
do. Yeah, we have heard that.
And I hate to lay it out like this, but and I love it, and I've continued to do it, and I will continue to hopefully keep encouraging. I work very closely in the past with the US consulate as well, and they've been very supportive. So we can get there, but there is a long answer to your short question.
Thanks, Ranjan. Bimal, Can we get you on? Can we get him on the screen? Bimal.
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, now you're on. Now you're on. Say hi to Bimal. Bimal.
Hello, everyone.
Bimal, let me do a quick introduction. Bimal Patwari is the first generation entrepreneur and founder of Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, acknowledged global leader in providing innovative BIM-based engineering and architectural solutions with global delivery centers in India, USA, Dubai, London, Zurich, and Italy. He has done engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and MBA from IIM Lucknow, where he was awarded the Director's Gold Medal for Academic Excellence. Bimal has extensively worked with architects, engineering companies, contractors, government agencies in USA, Europe, Australia, India, and Middle East. But Mr. Patwari has widely traveled and has spoken at various international conferences. He has received several awards and recognition from the government and industry associations for his entrepreneurship and pioneering contribution to the construction industry. Welcome, Bimal. We'll continue with the panel, and let me get to Adrian. Adrian, I know. So a quick background. Melinda Pavek, who is the Consul General of US in Calcutta, I met her at the North American Bengali Conference when we first presented ABF to the North American Bengali community, and she was really enthusiastic, and she deputized Adrian because she couldn't make it. So thank you, Adrian, for making it at such a short notice. So thank you. A quick question. And I know you have been the acting consul general now. What's your perception? I know you have interacted with U.S. investors and other investors thinking about investing in Bengal. What have you heard? What are the perception? What are the gaps? What are the things Bengal is good at? What are the things it can improve? Any perspective on that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the introduction and for the opportunity to be here. The only reason Melinda's not here is because she's on her way back to the US. But I do want to commend everybody who's part of ABF. This is a really noble and I think needed project to attract business to West Bengal. So I'm really, really happy to be here. Yeah, I'm going to give the outsider's point of view. And I think one of the either privileges or drawbacks of speaking late at the end of the session is many of the points that I wanted to make have already been made. So I can either repeat or underscore.
Yeah, please go ahead.
But look, from my perception of West Bengal from far away and long ago was indeed that it was not very receptive to business. There was large strikes, there were industrial actions, and so I've been enormously pleasantly surprised since coming here to see that West Bengal is really making an effort to attract businesses. From an American point of view, one of the things we hate is paperwork, right? We absolutely drives us nuts. And so we've been really happy to see some of the efforts that have been made here with digitalization, e-portals, single window clearances, sort of one-stop shopping, as we call it in America, to open up businesses and new ventures here. And from what I gather, there's still some way to go, but it's working fairly well at the moment. Also, obviously, Bengal means business is a phrase that's been coined fairly recently, the Bengal Global Business Summit. I was able to attend last year, and while that is a governmental attempt to attract investment, it was also, I found, a way of showing off Bengal to the world, saying, we're open for business, we have these resources, we're willing to help, and so the perception that I had coming here has been pleasantly contradicted by the realities. Now look, one of the things we talked about earlier was the perception and perhaps the self-perception that Bengalis have. Many of the points I wanted to make have been made, but one that I don't think has been underscored enough is Bengali culture and the enormous asset that is or could be internationally. I just deliberately invited both my sons to come here for Christmas. Last year we spent Christmas in the States, and everybody here said, why did you go to the States for Christmas and not be here for it? And truly, coming on the heels of Durga Puja, of Diwali, of the wedding season, to see what happened in downtown Kolkata during Christmas has been not only astonishing, but really joyous. To see cross religious faiths celebrating one another's holidays has been really uplifting. I've been to so many events here the last couple of days where people were holding hands and celebrating together in a way that I've not seen anywhere else in the world. This translates into harmony in the workforce as well, in a way that I haven't seen anywhere else. Add to that the uniqueness of Northeast India. The US consulate deals with 11 states, including, I think, what's known as the Seven Sisters. I was just in Nagaland for the Hornbill Festival earlier this month. And that is an extraordinary culture, the likes of which I don't think there are more of in the world. So this idea of culture and celebrating proudly the uniqueness of West Bengal, of Kolkata and the area, not just for tourism, which is an easy get, as we talked about earlier. You can have targeted operations to try and get people into certain areas, but to celebrate the culture as part of the working atmosphere here in West Bengal is something that I think we don't celebrate enough. I'll stop there. I've got some other ideas about what this area could do to attract particularly American businesses. But I did want to just sort of begin by talking about the astonishing, I think 3 or 4 months of non-stop partying that's been going on here. That makes Kolkata such a particularly joyful place to live. People are always smiling. They show up for work the next day too, which is remarkable in some cases. But there's something very special about the city that I don't think is celebrated widely enough.
That's so. And we are called the city of joy right here. So, yeah. So, Bimal, I know you're a successful entrepreneur and you have your own challenges and experiences. So, speak up and shed some light. What are the gaps? What's the perception? What is reality in terms of the business environment in Bengal?
Thanks, Partho, first of all, for including me in this panel. It's a great pleasure to be with such experts and share my views. I completely agree with Adrian that this state has talent. If I'm looking at a service industry, definitely the quality of people here, the talent, the sincerity, the passion is amazing. No doubt we have some presidency colleges and Calcutta University. Historically, they have been leading the educational industry in India. So, as far as services are concerned, I think we have the talent. But when it comes to manufacturing, when it comes to product, then I think what we lack is the ancillary. We don't have that. So if you go to Punjab, if you go to Pune, if you go to Hyderabad, if you go to Chennai, so you have so many support industries to support you, right? And I think we have missed that bus. As Edwin rightly said, that the perception in the last 30 to 40 years, we have definitely lost the race. I mean, we could have done much better considering the potential that we have. I think our state is quite blessed with great weather, rain. It has got port, it has got international airports, it has got everything that we want. And I don't think we have too many of natural disasters here. So, I think we have not done justice as far as manufacturing is concerned. products and service, our company is a good example that from a tier 2 city, we can be a global leader and be doing iconic projects all around the world. So, I think ABF has taken a very good stand and a very good initiative to create that awareness, because what we lack, the awareness outside Bengal is pretty bad. Because of various past incidents, the trust and the reality, the perception that people have about our West Bengal is not that good. So we really need to change that perception. I think that we need a lot of effort. We need to bring a lot of people. We need to reach out to various states and abroad and show them the real Bengal. The Bengal means this. So I think the need of the hour is to change the perception all around the world, especially in India. And I'm sure the initiative that ABF has taken will help in that. I'd like to.
Thank you. So, let me give you, we are talking about perception. This is a golden opportunity and for India and for Bengal. I was involved with some of the India-US events in Houston and in North America, and every single of my American friends would say, hey, we are looking to move manufacturing out of China into India. That is one of the consistent trends which I keep hearing. And this is one of the reasons ABF is very important. As you have, Adrian, and others, we have senators, we are from Houston, Sheila Jackson-Lee, John Cornyn, we have 26th January, the Republican Day, 15th August, our Independence Day, and all of them come. Mayor Sylvester Turner, they all come, and they keep saying that US-India relationship is something they want to build on. So my question to you, and this is something which we have not discussed, but since others are talking about perception, what's that perspective? And I can give that, tell people that I keep hearing from people that you are the US representative here. Do you see this increased eagerness amongst US businesses to move, to do business with India, to move manufacturing, at least quite a lot out of China to other countries, and India can really benefit from that trend, and that will translate to more work for Bengal.
So thank you for going rogue.
Yes.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Sorry.
So a couple of things on that. Absolutely, there's two things I'd talk about on that. So we get back to the quality and the education and the cost of the labor force, particularly here in Kolkata. Highly educated, highly motivated, highly flexible. So yes, it's a very attractive proposition from that point of view. But also strategically and geographically, West Bengal, Kolkata is hugely important. It is now both with India's Look East policy and with the US and India with the Quads, Indo-Pacific strategy. There is more and more focus being put onto this part of the world, which, as you know, represents more than 50% of global GDP. 50%, more than 50% of the population, more than 60% of the world's youth are in this area. And so we've been delighted to see these infrastructure projects that have been created, Calendal, Modal, the Seaport, community seaport here, that's just been put out to tender, some of the highways, some of the inland waterway projects. Because Kolkata can be, and is already, but can be to a greater extent a gateway to Southeast Asia, which is this part of the world that everyone is focusing on more. And so there really has been some infrastructure improvement in the area, in the region, that are going to make it a much more attractive prospect for US companies to come here and set up shop. So in addition to the talent of the labor pool, also the geography, West Bengal and Kolkata is very blessed with access that they have to largely new markets, but also some untapped markets that are ripe for development and improvement. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. Coming to Bimal, since you are in the outsourcing business and a question, I was with Sapient when we were trying to set up an outsourcing center, and one of the feedback which we got, there was a lot of good technical skills in Bengal, but there was, and I know Shonku is here and some of the educational university folks are here, there was one concern raised when we were evaluating options was English and the communication skills of people from Bengal compared to others. What's your perception? What are the things which can be done to address that? Thanks. You are on mute. Are you on mute? 1 second. Can you speak? No, you're not.
Yeah, now I'm.
Yeah, you are.
Okay. So, Partner, you have raised a very good point. See, there are two aspects. It's not just communication skills. It is the relevance of what is being taught in the college to the industry. And I think overall, all over India, there is quite a gap between what is being taught in the colleges and what is required in the industry. Some of the states are taking some initiatives, some of the colleges are taking initiatives to interface with the industry, modify their curriculum, or introduce some lectures or courses or workshops in their industry, in their colleges to make the people employable, to give them the skills that is required so that they can get a job in the industry. So, and we are also doing that. We are collaborating with the colleges and helping them. So I think that is one challenge across, because we have now production centers in Madurai, in Jaipur, and in Kolkata and Durgapur. So I would say, from my experience, some states have taken initiative, but there is a gap. In terms of communication skills, in terms of English, once again, there were some 2 decades where we lost out on the English race in the past, and that whole generation which is qualified, which passed out during those 2 decades, they have a trouble in English communication. But the good news is, in the last 2 decades, I think this was felt, and a lot of effort has been taken. Today, English is pretty much a medium of communication in most of the colleges, and people do understand and appreciate that in the schools. So I think communication is catching up. Yes, there is a lot of, the big cities it is there, but in the smaller cities, if you go to Bapura or Burdwan or the smaller cities, still have those challenges because there are more vernacular schools and colleges than the English speaking. So I think more effort is required towards that, because we need to learn the common language, which is in the international business, which is required. So this is my thought. But yes, effort is happening, but a lot to be done.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Bimal. Rajan, you have some perspective on communication and skills gap?
Yes, I could go on and on. Like Bimal, got a lot of experience with this, but we I said this before, and I stand by that. Yes, we have on paper we have great education institutions. I'm concerned about the quality of teaching. Okay, and I'm just being brutally honest. How good are our educators? Because I see a difference. My son goes to one of the premier schools in Kolkata versus the school in Houston. Okay, and I see that difference. And that goes to colleges. I went through chemical engineering in Jadavpur before going to RISE, and I see it's a sea change. And I'm not being critical of some great people who've talked to me here, so don't get me wrong. But so, and that's a long-term effort. But how it needs governmental support to encourage to motivate educators and to have that we need more research in our top universities. So they're attracted. It's not just financial. It has to be research driven. So that's that. Communication, coming to that, that is, one of the first things we did back in Foster Wheeler was I introduced something that's it's a US organization called Toastmasters.
Yeah.
And it became hugely successful, such that Wood has adopted it and a lot of other companies have. But yes, it's more than the language. What I'm finding in this generation of Bengalis in Kolkata is the lack of confidence. So if I get an equivalent guy from Delhi or Mumbai, I can't speak to the other second-tier cities, but it's just the confidence. We are taught just as well, if not better, but somehow we tend to hold back. So when I'm having a conversation like this, or I'm having a teleconference, even after doing this for 20 years, I still sense hesitation. And so we need to work on it.
I will open up the floor, but since I had some questions prepped, now that we have talked about perspective, gaps, one of the things we want to, get from you, what is a laundry list? And maybe 3, 4, 5 things which the West Bengal government, the industry leaders here, the policymakers here can do so that West Bengal becomes a really good destination for more investment in the future. So we'll start with Adrian, and I know Adrian has some notes, so we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
As a diplomat, it's probably not great for me to sit here and provide a laundry list of things that my host government should do better or differently. I talked about a lot of the infrastructure that's going on to try and attract international businesses. There's clearly movement in that direction. That movement should continue. Just from a personal, selfish American point of view, it would also be nice if there were direct flights from Kolkata to the United States.
And the visa issuance process
Tell me about it.
Well, the visa issue is on us.
That's on you.
That's on you. And Adrian, I have been in your meetings every 26 January and 15th August. That's the number one item which is presented before the senators in any meeting. Why is this long line for visas? So,
well, just by way of background on why it is where it is at the moment. Obviously, we shut down operations during the entire pandemic. So every month during the 2+ years of the shutdown, 60,000 Indian visas to the US expired. So there alone is 2.5 million visas that we need to renew. And that doesn't include all the new people who want to travel, all the new things. So it is a massive backlog. We're working really, really hard, and we're catching up, and we're on the verge of we're putting up new visa appointments for B1s and B2s. So we're getting there. But yeah, the plea from us to all of you is patience, please, and we're working as hard as we can to get there.
and just to be fair to Adrian, I don't know how many of you, obviously US gets the highest exposure, but there are longer queues after COVID for every Western country and Canada. So obviously it's extreme, it's much longer in US case, but it has become worse.
No, you're being diplomatic, and I appreciate it.
And I apologize for that distraction, but you didn't talk about anything
So,
you need to know yet.
yeah,
That's good.
What are your other points?
No, my list should be short. As I mentioned, the efforts to try and digitalize and reduce the paperwork and
That's right.
hoops, that process is well in swing. And for Americans, that's just we won't wait in line. We won't fill out multiple forms. We won't answer probing and to us irrelevant questions. So it seems like this single window clearance process that's being introduced is really moving us in the right direction.
And this is something we will follow up. Yeah, thank you. Ranjan?
Like I said, I just wasn't going to be critical of my home state. I had to be critical of the US.
No, we have, it's positive, constructive feedback.
It is, and so So, like I said, Mark, I'm here, and I've been here for 22 years, and I hope to be here, and thankfully 400-500 engineers have employment as a result of directly or indirectly because of that. But that said, what can we do? And I think we were having dinner with Houston a couple of months ago.
Correct. When Partho Ghosh was there.
So firstly, I really appreciate what the ideal NAI group and yourselves have done with Aspiration Bengal. I know it takes a while for these things to take off, but it's a great step in the right direction. And I'll have to tell you why. You are privileged to have one of the strongest and most powerful alumni network in the world. And it should not be limited to KGP. I mean, there are plenty of people in the valley that you know, and it's Indians are everywhere now, American Indians. And let's ask them to help promote, not just everyone does to promote their own native state, but let's try and, like Dr. Chatterjee, who couldn't be here today. It's amazing what he's done with Haldia. We're so grateful just that one company has created work for us and for many others in this area. And I hope to see a lot of downstream industry. So what I would like to see is one marquee brand, an anchor brand, a big brand coming to Kolkata. That will need, because you see, everything else I can talk about is very long term. Okay, we can talk about management, we can talk about self-reflection, we can talk about education, which is years, 20 years in the making. But instantly, we want something quick, even if it's in the field of, actually I wanted to start a fishery here because I thought there's a great opportunity to export to America. And when I saw the wetlands, which is where my office was on, it's a golden opportunity. But let's organize it. And again, to do that, let's bring in a big brand. And I'm only speaking to American companies because that's where I've been 35 years of my life. But let's say Tyson Foods comes in for poultry farming. You've got a Tyson. You've got a big brand. Right. And I think that will really help because then people will say, whoa, he's going to Kolkata. Why not me? Okay. Manufacturing just mentioned, with obviously the diplomat would be unfair to ask him, but we know that supply chains are shifting, and for obvious reasons, and it's a tremendous opportunity. But you know what? My concern is all those supply chains will go to Chennai. I mean, 80% of that, if it's manufacturing, is going to go there, okay? And we'll have very little. So how do we, and that's maybe where through your network, you can ask people. Dr. Chatterjee is immensely communicated and connected within the private equity world and the finance world in New York. So we have to work and then get the support of the government. So I think we can make things happen. I truly, truly believe that. But we have to go through that hump. So that is my singular recommendation. Is the easiest one, and the next one would be the longer term systemic stuff that we all talked about.
Thank you, Ranjan. Bimal, what can we do to make Bengal attractive, more attractive than it is now?
I'd like to make 3 points. First of all, since the perception is not that good outside Bengal, so we have to change from within. And we need to foster entrepreneurship in Bengal. We need to reward and recognize entrepreneurialism in Bengal. And unfortunately, our state doesn't have many such instances or unicorn or startups. Of course, we have a lot of good examples, but not so many. We are quite behind in the game. So I think the government, I don't know of any rewards that government gives to the entrepreneurs. It used to, but I think the grassroots, there are a lot of entrepreneurs who needs to be encouraged, who needs to be rewarded, and the government massively needs to be sensitized that entrepreneurs need support, help, mentoring, guidance. And a lot of institutions are there, like TIE, there are a lot of AEN, there are a lot of other institutions which are fostering entrepreneurship all over the world. They, NASCOM, for example. So they need to be, they are already here, but they need to be encouraged, they need to be supported. That is number one. Number two is the industry and academics partnership. To give you an example, engineering drawing. If you go to the colleges, still you will find the same P-square that we used 30 years back. I mean, they still use the drawing boards. The AutoCAD is hardly taught in these colleges. Even if they have computers, they're not working. So we are hiring from each of these colleges, and virtually we have to take the load of starting from zero. So if we could introduce, and today it's not just 2D, it's 3D, it's 4D. I don't think any of the colleges in the states has that infrastructure to gear up and to train their students to make them ready for the industry. So this is very important, and the onus lies both on the industry, academics, and the government, because there are a lot of colleges which are government colleges, and there are a lot of private colleges, and we all need to come together, and we need to build this association so that we can have some great entrepreneurs and so that we can make people employed. We are making 3 million engineers in India every year. But still, we have so much of them unemployment. That is number 2. And number 3 is, some image building. That whatever we have lost that, we really need to go to different states. Whatever we need to do, we need to publish the success stories of Bengal, right? We need to tell people that there are success stories in Bengal. These are the companies, in Haldia, and different places. And our native, for example, food processing, and I'm very happy that you have a session on that. We produce so much of fruits and vegetables in the state, but we don't have a very well developed ecosystem of processing. So we need to identify those specific industries which are very relevant to our state. We have a lot of minerals. So we must capitalize on value adding to our assets, the raw material that we have. I think these are the 3 things that comes to my immediate mind, which can immediately help us to get there.
Thanks, Vimal, and for the sake of time, we'll be wrapping up. Just to give you a perspective, we are trying to make Bengal more attractive to investors. And I've been talking, you heard from all our panelists here. I've been also talking to people at different, events about what it will take, what's your perception of Bengal, what it will take to bring industry. And I talked to marketing guys, I talked to business development folks, and discussed with Arjun, who was one of the panelists here. And here are a few takeaways, and I know there are secretaries here, and we'll create kind of some list of bullet points. One is think and feel like an investor. Means any decision, any strategy, any project, any plan, rule change, or projects you do, think like an investor. What are the downsides? What are the things you should consider when you're executing? Second, beats. Connect the beats. Meaning when you focus on a project, when you do a project, Bengal needs to think of what are the other positive outcomes which may come from that project. What are the associated industries, what are the associated benefits we can get, and put those beads together. Third, stories. Bengal needs to have a set of stories. We have heard the scary stories. Sometimes there's a saying, you are afraid of ghosts because you cannot see the ghost. If you could see the ghost, you could see, oh, that's what the ghost looks like. Oh, he has a very muscular right hand. I need to attack that muscular right hand. But when you have some real stories of success. Bengal has some real stories. We have talked about the Charity Group. We have talked about others. Let's highlight those. But also, there are failures. The failures are exactly the golden opportunities to learn from and get better. So every failure is not to be highlighted, oh, now you can't go to Bengal, but a failure which is a gap which needs to be addressed. It has happened. with every country, with every project, and Bengal needs to do that. The gaps are not insurmountable. The gaps are only insurmountable when you give up. The reason we have created ABF, because we didn't want to give up. We wanted to give it a shot. We could have walked away. We could have all retired, and said, hey, Bengal is beyond redemption. But Swami Vivekananda said something. When you are born, leave a mark in your life. So, if nothing else, every one of you who is here, who is seeing the tape, think about that. That how can you leave a mark by doing something for Bengal? It's much easier to, WhatsApp forward. We all have those forwards which have scary stories, but leave a positive mark. And finally, Bengal needs a slogan which we can be proud of, which, we thought about something, deliver without barrier, something like that. Texas, I'm from Houston, Texas, and Adrian, you know this, and Texas had a trash problem. People will drink, the muscular Texans, and will chuck the beer to the back of the truck. And they came up with a slogan, don't mess with Texas. We need to come up with a slogan for Bengal which reflects that entrepreneurial spirit. The heady stuff, and Adrian pointed out, we are not only brilliant people, we are not only hardworking people, we are culturally sensitive people with lots of entertainment to provide. Let's come up with a slogan. It may be deliver without barrier, maybe don't mess with Bengal, or Bengal sees the future. But Bengal, walk away from this session saying, all of us have one slogan, leave a mark, and we will leave a mark through ABF. Thank you, and thanks to all of you. Keep the faith. Thank you. And thanks for coming here. Over to you, Patu.
Slogan is Bengal breaking all barriers for the businessmen.
So it's a privilege and also something to talk after Partho, my namesake, Partho Sharathi Chatterjee and then Partho Sharathi Banerjee. But there are very few people, let me put it this way, after staying 35 years and being a citizen of the US, who can talk with this amount of passion. And that's what makes him unique. Yes. And it is not about him. There are such unique people amongst all of us. And each of you, the speakers, each of you, the attendees, tomorrow's speakers, will do it. And that is the flame we need to carry. So with this, we call upon the final session. We have two announcements to make. I will call upon Dr. Subroto Gupta, the Additional Chief Secretary to Government of West Bengal, Department of Food Processing Industries and Horticulture, to please come and take the stage. May I also call upon Madam Usha Ramesh, the Chief General Manager and Office in charge of NABARD West Bengal region, based in Kolkata, and she has been an excellent collaborating institution, partner, and a great mentor to all of us. So we begin this session, and I would like to take, yes. Thank you. So we begin the session, and I would like to also invite Mr. Joyanto Aikot, Director Horticulture, Government of West Bengal, to also please come and take the stage. So a flower bouquet for me. Thank you. Thank you. So we begin the session. So we have two announcements to make. The first announcement is regarding the food processing sector policy. But we would like to first take the opportunity of inviting Dr. Subroto Gupta to come to the podium and address us and take the session forward. The second session we will take then after that.
Thank you, Partho. It has been a rather long day. My colleague, Joyant Aikar, and Ms. Usha Ramesh, the Chief General Manager NABARD, who has been helping the Aspiration Bengal Foundation with all the support that they required at this fledgling stage, and all the attendees who are still here after a rather long day. I would like to thank all of you. The Aspiration Bengal Foundation is not really a traditional consulting body. So it was a little bit of a challenge when the proposal was mooted that whether we could engage the Aspiration Bengal Foundation for preparing a policy paper for the food processing sector. So at that point in time, when my now expired minister, Mr. Subroto Saha, I approached him. I told him that Aspiration Bengal Foundation consists of professionals from IIT Kharagpur. They are not consultants. They are going to bring a fresh and a new perspective to the issue of policy making. They will not do a cut and paste job which most other consultants, which government engages, they tend to do. He immediately accepted the proposal, and I think Mr. Dr. Partho Banerjee, we set up a meeting with him, and then of course the rest is all that we know, that we wanted Aspiration Bengal Foundation to have a very firm footprint in the government of West Bengal in the form of an actionable document which the government is going to use. Unfortunately, Sri Saha passed away yesterday morning from a massive cardiac arrest. So may I request all to observe a minute's silence in his honor. Take this. So as I mentioned that this food processing sector policy document is not going to be a run-of-the-mill document. It is going to be hopefully a path-breaking effort on the part of the ABF and also on the part of this department, and it will be, as I mentioned, an actionable document. In West Bengal is extremely lucky to be, one of the leading states in terms of food production. We are the largest consumer of fish, as you know, but we are also the second largest producer of fish in the country. We are the largest producer of fish seeds. We are the largest producer of vegetables in the country. In fact, most of the common vegetables which you find in your plates, cabbage, cauliflower, cucumber, capsicum, brinjal, all of these, West Bengal is #1 in the country. And as far as egg is concerned, we are the 4th largest producer of eggs in the country. Unfortunately, in spite of such a huge, production base, we are not really very strong in terms of converting that into processed food. As far as vegetables are concerned, one study says that approximately 2.8% of that is actually processed in the state. So there is a huge opportunity for entrepreneurs here. Now, this particular policy document, therefore, is going to look at what other states have done. It is going to look at the government of India policies on this area, but is also going to focus on 5 specific areas which are the highlights of the policy. Number 1 is that
generally governments tend to have a scheme outlook, that we have this scheme or that scheme, we have an incentive scheme, we have this sort of a support scheme. From a scheme outlook, this policy aims to take a project outlook, which means that possible potential projects will be identified, entrepreneurs will be invited to choose one of those projects, and if they would like to have their own projects, they are also welcome, but government support will be in the form of projects. Second is that there is a lot of infrastructure which has been built over the years, but many of them are suboptimally used. So while building new infrastructure, whether we could also utilize the existing infrastructure and whether we can revive some of them. In fact, our department has had some experience in implementing successful PPP projects. You'll be happy to know that we had horticulture research and development farms, and a couple of them were not used for more than 50 years. They were lying idle. And through a PPP model, we have been able to not only utilize them, they are now producing almost 40% of the planting material requirement for horticulture in the state. Third is the vehicle for entrepreneurship in the food processing sector, and for that we would like the policy to focus on self-help groups and the farmer producer organizations. Both of these are very powerful entities which can, especially in the small and medium sector, which can transform the food processing sector in the state. Fourth aspect is the support system. So while there is a requirement of standards and things like laboratories, food testing laboratories, there is not enough of these facilities in the state. So entrepreneurs will be invited to set this up, and we will like to support these entrepreneurs. And finally, the concept of circularity, where the the waste from one system goes to feed the other systems. For example, farm waste can be, right now we are using a lot of farm waste to produce vermicompost. This year itself we are implementing more than 10,000 vermicompost units in the state. So similarly, there is a lot of waste which comes from the poultry, and a lot of waste which comes from maize and other agri processing. All of that can actually be used in fish feed and poultry feed farms. So the concept of circularity from the sustainability viewpoint will also be given a lot of emphasis. So my expectation is that the Aspiration Bengal Foundation, which is built on the basis of voluntary support from all of us, will come up with an extremely good actionable document, and it is going to set a benchmark for other government departments to follow. I request Sumsha to please release the approach paper for the policy.
Please come. Part of us.
I think I would like to conclude by saying that this would not have been possible if NABARD would not have stepped in to support this effort of ABF. I'd like to particularly thank Sumsha Ramesh for this support.
It's a privilege to be part of policy ethics. I didn't think it would be more than 2 minutes. Partho and Partho had come, and then at first I couldn't believe that West Bengal was producing the maximum amount of vegetables and fruits. I refused to believe it. Yes. A little bit of Bengali. Shavai ka namaskar. I don't know more than this. I am a South Indian, and I'm picking up Bengali. I have a husband who's been born and brought up in Bengal. Thereupon, I moved here on 1st of August 2022. I took over this office on 1st of August 2022. Little background, Mr. Partho came with our Partho the other day, a month back, and he said that they had set up this foundation, which was hardly a year old. We normally work with foundations which at least have 3 years balance sheet. And we had this foundation with just a year's balance sheet. And he said, he told me that he was going to work, come out with a food processing policy. And I got into an argument with him, saying that I don't think West Bengal produces the maximum amount of vegetables and fruits. Maybe it's Maharashtra and Karnataka, and he proved me wrong. And it just took us 2 minutes to get onto it. Yes, this is policy advocacy, and this is what the BAT should be doing. So it's a great pleasure for us. It's an honor for us to be working with you. On your, even if you're a year old, it doesn't matter, because we are working with such awesome intellectuals, such great brains. And for us, it's a different world when you come and talk to us, because we are moving away from the little world we live in. Thereupon, it's wonderful to be associated, and I really hope we come out with a great document. I've already spoken to my chairman this morning. I said we are doing this today, and I hope we will set some kind of a benchmark. The second thing I wanted to say was a couple of sessions ago, people were talking about West Bengal being the outside perception about West Bengal being a very difficult state to work in. I was sitting Goa office before coming to West Bengal, and the moment I got my orders to come to West Bengal, people called me and said, "You're going to a very difficult state. It's going to be tough for you. People are very positive. People are very anti-establishment." All that sort of, those sort of remarks. I said, "No, I'm still going to Calcutta." And let me tell you, my experience has been wonderful. I'm enjoying my life here. The office is wonderful. I think great work is going on. Secretary was mentioning about SHGs and FPOs. We are working very closely with them. We have 320 FPOs in our own fold, and now, which, because the state supports us a lot in various ways. SHGs, of course, we are the founders of the SHG movement. So yes, we'll take this forward, and let's see how we can work further. Thank you very much for allowing us to be a part of this initiative of yours, and wish you all the very best.
So great words from Dr. Gupta as well as Madam Usha Ramesh, and as she was right, it just took 2 minutes. I was there, Partho Mundal was there. Yes, we are on. So that kind of decision making, we are frankly not accustomed to coming from our government, central government or state government. So it was a pleasant surprise for us as well. And today also in some of the sessions, your colleagues have said that they are going to support the university research systems, whatever way.
We do on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Technology transfer and this one.
Yes.
That is what I said.
So that is there, and as far as Dr. Gupta is concerned, extremely passionate and visionary leadership, not because that we come from the same institute and we share the passion for Bengal, but also in his official capacity as the institutional head, he has done a great work while supporting not only this, but I have had an opportunity to work with him in other areas as well. As far as the late Sri Subrata Saha is concerned, he was extremely supportive of this. He was supposed to address us today. Unfortunately, he left us for his heavenly abode yesterday. But I am sure he would have been very happy had he been here that we are releasing the approach paper to go that. So with his blessings, we now close the first part of the discussion. We come to the second part of the session. I call upon my colleagues Topon Das from Houston and Shayanto Basu from Singapore. Topon, of course, is now in New York, to join me in making the second announcement which we want to make. So we won't take much time, so we will take just 5 minutes. But this is an important journey that we want to conclude on the university industry linkage program and create a roadmap for going forward. So what we want to announce today is that we want to unveil a roadmap of creating the Aspiration Bengal Research Endowment Fund. The state universities, what we have seen, the state universities, what we have seen is actually, they are not there in that state where they can commercialize much of their research. So what we have seen today is the first session where we had selected 8 to 9 technologies, and some of them frankly is still not in that level of TRL level 6, if we were to say, which is the technology readiness level 6, which can be taken into early stage commercialization. There is a gap. We are talking about TRL level 4, technology readiness level 4 and technology readiness level 5. So with that deficiency, with that gap in mind, what we have thought is that for a longer term perspective, let us set out on the journey. As Partho, my colleague Partho Chatterjee was talking about, let us leave a mark. In this area, let us create an Aspiration Bengal Research Endowment Fund. And the initial aims and the actions of this fund is to promote technology development and research in state-run universities. Tomorrow, of course, it can come into private-run universities in the state, but that is one area. And second is to increase strengthen the university industry linkages for increasing the sponsored research and creating a much more vibrant ecosystem. So for that, we take 3 actions. First action we have already taken today is we have showcased a set of technologies, but is it good? I don't think it is good enough. It is just a small basket which we have put together after 1 year of effort to come to that. To create a much more vibrant structure over a longer term, we need to create a fund structure. And actually, as Rajiv Sinha sir was talking about, we go into fundraising, not about 20 lakhs or 28 lakhs or giving to that, but taking a more systemic and an institutional approach. And we work with modest targets first, and for that, we are creating today a 3-member task force amongst us with my colleague Shayanto Basu coming from Singapore, looking into the eastern part and the networks and the VCs and working together, and Popon Das coming from the western hemisphere, which is he's based in New York and the US, but of course he can put together the team from the European side as well. And I will be there from the Indian geography to work. All 3 of us will be working, not only the 3, but through us, we need to reach out to our entire alumni over the next 6 months. And we need to work with all the stakeholders. We need all your cooperation. These 3 people alone cannot do it. But to give credibility that it is someone is owning up this initiative. The 3 of us, we have volunteered to put ourselves on stage, and I'm thankful to Topon and I'm thankful to Shanto that they have agreed to come and work together on this. So by involving the donors, the high net worth individuals, as well as the angel firm. Next slide, please. So this is the vision of the ecosystem. You have the universities, the funding partners, and you have the technical experts, the due diligence team, which will be working with ABF. It will be an endowment fund structure, may not be a fund. It could be a group, a collection, or a portfolio. It could be a portfolio approach. And the focus areas, what we right now have only one focus area is agri-tech. We need to build on that. The demand for agri-tech is there in Bengal. So we need to look into that. Now what constitutes agri-tech? What are the different dimensions of that? We need to work that out through many of these. And there could be subcommittees, there could be committees who are working on that. Second is the green tech, and third is the biotech. If you have heard the minister, he has said that he is ready to give the entire 9-floor buildings for us to help him do that. Now, that is the focus which the government and the public sector and the civil society wants to bring in biotech. We will have to work in that direction to promote that. How we will do that? We have to think through that, and we will propose that. On the right hand side, you will see that we will work with the processors, the value enhancers, which is the industry, the entrepreneurs and the end user. So this is the overall collaborative model of how we want to do this. And the last slide we come to next. We talked about a name which is Aspiration Bengal Research Endowment Fund. The fund will be one or more SPVs what we have, and it will be, ABF will be some kind of a trustee of this fund. We ourselves will not be the fund owners. Third is that we have an endowment target of 50 crores. Over at this crore, 50 crores will be for a 10-year period. As you know how the endowment fund works, that this is our initial mobilization target, of which we have kept a modest target of 10 crores to start off with in the next 6 months to 8 months. Now, then we come to how it will get operated. The initial thinking what we have had in the committee on the discussions, it will be a yearly challenge which will be called for proposals, and the universities will be bidding for it, that this will not go. Like the 8 or 10 nominations that we had, they were on a nomination basis. But going forward, it will be on a competitive basis, the grants will be given. And last point on this is that ABF will convene the technical evaluation committee to approve these university applications. The first 2 years sectoral focus, at least we will look at it that one such grant is made in the domains of agri-tech, green tech and biotech. And then there could be other sectors as well. Last is that we will give preference to proposals coming from the universities which have already an industry collaboration. That means there is an industry and a university. But there would be a viability gap that this may have. Like in this case, they were talking about 38 lakhs, 25 lakhs. This is the viability gap. There could be 12 lakhs of viability gap. So that viability gap is something that ABF ideally would like to bridge and fund. So this is how we are looking at structuring the fund. These are initial thoughts, but hopefully by the time we go to the next conclave, end of 2023, we would have something tangible to bring forward to you. That is our aspiration. So with this, I conclude. Any questions you have for the food policy announcement or for the research endowment fund? Yes, sir.
Here, this is altogether not related to entrepreneurship. I think this is related to the internship that most of you are talking about, this gap, industry academia gap.
Jadavpur University.
Yeah, I'm from Jadavpur. So if
Yeah, so many of you have talked about this industry academia gap, and in that regard, from Jadavpur University, what I can tell as I look after the placement cell also, that we have this internship program nowadays. This AICT, they have introduced this internship program, 1 semester for undergraduate and say 1 year for postgraduate students. Now, what we can see that the students from western part of India, from premier colleges like Pilani or SRM or VIT, the students are getting an opportunity to go abroad for this 6 months or 9 months. So I think ABF initiative, if you can take this, it's really not very difficult because many of you are placed in very good positions in the industry abroad, in Singapore or in other countries. So if this type of opportunities can be extended, there can be a small group here who can take this, the papers from the universities, and the students, through competition, they can come for this internship program. That will be an excellent opportunity for the students.
Thank you, sir, for the suggestion for the students' part. Yes, this is a very good suggestion, and it is needed. What we will do is that I will not say that this is something that we can do immediately. The idea is there. We will be in touch with you because it is not only that we will be in touch with you for the first, because Professor Suranjan Das is very much interested, and we already have referred, like in the case of First Solar, we have already referred them to, they were not recruiting in Bengal, but we have referred them to Jadavpur University for recruitment. So yes, we have the network, we can reach out, we can do that, but this will take a bit of time, how do we engage on the UIL for the students. Right now, in our roadmap, we have the research agenda very clearly embedded. But this is a welcome suggestion, sir. Absolutely, you are there, and we will be taking your suggestion on board, sir. Thank you very much. Any other questions? My colleagues, Popon, Sharanto, you want to say something?
No, thank you. Thank you all, and let's work together. I think I echo that. I think it's a great initiative, but we have to deliver. I think that's the message.
So, Partho, we have some queries on YouTube.
Yes,
People
please.
are asking,
Yes, please. Yes, please.
who is the point of contact, how to go ahead, how to put forward their suggestions, etc. So we are telling them that there is a contact form in our website which they can fill. But is there a named person as of now?
No, there cannot be one named person. There cannot be one named person. But what we can say is that right now it is a virtual organization. But we in the next, as I said, that hopefully by 2023 conclave when we come, we would have created a Kolkata chapter, which doesn't, in the structure it doesn't exist today. But we have that. We have a vibrant team, and we also have sectoral contacts, because not everybody can talk on every subject equally confidently. So like this one on the Research Endowment Fund, you have 3 people to know that. Similarly, there could be other aspects on which maybe there are other colleagues who will be much better placed to do that. So we have got to also do some internal homework on that. So your suggestion on getting
That
the
needs
forms,
to be put up on the website.
yes, we will put that up. But hopefully the next year will give us much more clarity on the internal structuring of ABF as we go along. But that's a great question. The user, whoever is the viewer, needs to be congratulated on that.
So that they put their feeds right now on the website. That's all.
So if there are no more questions, we close the conclave here with thanks from all of us who are there. Ashish Acharji is the convener of the, yes sir.
Once you are going for that,
hello, once you are going for the fundraising part and you have not the structured part, how this fundraising is going to happen actually in ground?
I'll answer. So the way we are thinking about the fund, it's expected to be, attract 3 AIF fund, under SEBI regulation, and the international leg can be in the gift city. So that is the current concept of the fund structure that we have in our initial discussions, with ABF effectively being like a fund manager to the entire structure. So, it will take definitely some time to put the structure in place, but you can start talking to people to get interest. So even if you see the 3 slides today, we haven't talked about what is the investment objective. Is it a social investment objective, or is it a commercial? Are you looking at what sort of returns you're looking at? So when you talk about a fund, there are a lot of things to be done. So, Partha has come at it at a very high level. Now we have to do the groundwork to put the basic structure, the rules in place before we can go out and talk to people. Anybody else wants to add?
And to be honest with you, sir, we are not putting any stressful timelines for us, because we have taken 6 months, and there is no compulsion that we have to deliver in 6 months. We can go to 8 months. Our outer limit we have is the next conclave in 2023, because these are sensitive things, these are complicated structures. We are not going to do things in a hurry. We have set our minds there. We want to achieve on that. As Commander Saab says, yes, we can. That's the spirit. As Partho says, leave a mark. But we want to do it, tread cautiously. We don't want to take a step back. So Shayanto is there. He's one of the best minds we have. But I'm sure there will be other best minds. We will all put together. We will collectively work on this. And that is why we are spaced out. So there is no hurry that এটা কালকে করে ফেলবেন, ওটা পরশুদিন আপনি এটা করবেন, no. Just to be on the timeline, sir. We need to be sure. So with this we conclude the conclave today, and Ashish as the convener will you want to come and invite people for dinner, or you want to leave that job? Everybody is invited.